underwriter for American States. And
are we ready, Brandon? Jim's down there. Yeah. Okay, I would normally stand and greet you, but if I stand up, like we were talking about, you'll see my shoulders down. So I will remain seating, but thank you all for being here. What I enjoy hearing is the introductions, because I assumed everybody knows everybody, but we haven't been meeting together in person. And so this is a chance to get to know each other a little bit better. So I'm excited that we're here. So this morning, just briefly, I'd like to go around. I'm Steve Williams. I'm Mr. Governor-elect. So just go around the room and just introduce who you are, where you're from, and what region you are in, and will be serving in the coming year. That would be very helpful. Let's start with Tom.
Any more?
I think you should, so we can see your face for real. There we go. Just quick, don't breathe while you do that.
Good to see you all.
Hi, I'm Terry Hatfield. I'm with Central West Region. I'm in the Tiger Breakfast Rotary Club.
So I'm Bill Stewart. I'm the Assistant Governor-elect with the Southeast Region. My home club is Clackamas, and I live in Northeast Portland.
I'm Renee Fontenot. I am AG for the Portland Metro. This is my first year. I came to this district in June, so I'm new to the district. So when you tell me where you're from and I don't know, give me a moment. And yeah, so, and I'm a member of the Tualatin Club as of 3 weeks ago.
Steve Williams. I'm from the Hermiston Club out in Eastern Oregon, and excited to work with you as your district governor in 22-23.
I'm Cindy Jones, currently the AG for Central Valley South, which is Canby, Silverton, and Molalla. Well, not Molalla anymore, sorry, Woodburn. But as of January 1, I will be Steve's AAG, and I'm from Silverton.
And I'm Renee Browse. Let's see if I can pronounce that. Renee Browse, I'm the district governor nominee with the Sherwood Club, which is your district.
Can you see your smile? There you go.
I'm Julie Fugate. I am a member of the Tualatin Club. I am AG for Central Valley North, which is Tualatin, Sherwood, Wilsonville, and the Newburgh clubs. Janine Merle. I'm the administrative assistant governor currently for District Governor Jim Boyle. My home club is Forest Grove Noon with Tom. And next July, I will be the district governor designee. Or nominee.
God willing.
Jury's out. It could all go south after today.
Good morning, Jim Boyle. I'm with the Rotary Club of Westland.
And what's your role with the district?
I was going to say that too. I'm Nelson Holmberg. I'm with the Rotary Club of Three Creeks, which as of next month, we can't call ourselves the newest club in the district anymore. Congratulations to the folks in Sandy. I am AG currently for Clark County North, but since we've had one club give back their charter this past year under DG Steve, we will be one region in Clark County again. So I'll have all 7 of the clubs in Clark County.
And in the corner,
Brandon Peterson, Tiger Breakfast Rotary. I guess AV guru.
Chief cook and bottle.
hi Gary. Come on in.
You're the next contestant.
What's your line?
So on the Zoom call, do we have the ability to hear them, Brandon?
We should be able to have a custody yet.
Mark, you want to be our test? who you are, where you're from?
Sure, that's me. I'm always the test. Mark Killier. I'm with Kaiser Rotary. I'm currently the AG for the Salem region.
I have to change one thing, hold on.
Okay, that was a good test, Mark, but you failed, or
I gotta turn on one thing, hold on.
we're gonna make a couple changes to the AV system, then we'll let you do it again. So if you
Sure.
want to change anything about who you are, you now can.
We'll give it a shot.
Okay, let's try it again.
Mark Killier. I'm from the Kaiser Club, and I'm currently the AG for the Salem region.
Close enough, but hold on.
That's better. Good job.
That's it. Wrong button. Try it again.
One more time. Third time's the charm.
Okay. I feel like I'm making a video here. Mark Killier. I'm with the Kaiser Club, and I'm currently AG for the Salem region.
Okay, welcome. And Aloris?
You might have a microphone on.
Calling in. She didn't have a computer video. Aloris is from the eastern region, from the Hermiston Club. Yeah, what? Yeah, those are both from Aloris. Well, thank you again for being here this morning. Throughout the day, we'll be here. Feel free to get up and walk around. We have lots of donuts. We have coffee, that's right. And that we'll start the contest now. This will be your baseline. We'll have to eat the donuts here, see if these are better than the ones that show up at the next meeting. So.
As long as they're not the same ones that show up.
That's right. If that good point, Renee, these could be the best time to try these. Oh, Gary came in, that's right. We were going around the room introducing ourselves. Oh. Good. Thank you for being here. Gary's been working with us, Cindy and I, as we've been working on getting ready for this meeting, but also getting ready for training events from now until July 1. So Dennis Curtis is joining. Okay, Dennis, would you please introduce to us who you are, what region you're with, and what club you're in?
Yeah, hi, I'm Dennis Curtis. I'm in the Clackamas Club. I've been the AG in the Southeast region for about 2.5 years and just about ready to wrap up the end of that term.
Good. I think probably no one more glad that you're here than Bill, since you and he are doing the first part of the presentation. But we're all glad that you're here, Dennis. Thank you for joining us remotely. You know, you have a busy day ahead of you. Now, did we cover everybody? Everybody get a chance to introduce themselves? Okay, good. Well, because of schedules, we've adjusted our agenda a little bit so that Dennis and Bill can go first. But one of the important things about being an AG is helping our clubs work together and to collaborate with others to find ways to provide service to our communities. And so I asked Dennis and Bill, since they were both involved in a project that was done in Rotary year 2021, to share information about their shower trailer that was done in their area. So Bill and Dennis, thank you for being here and thank you for sharing with us.
Well, I'll go ahead and just kick it off real quick because my comments are going to be pretty short. I think the three things that were the instrumental in really getting this project accomplished were, one was Bill's role as a champion of this. He just, without his efforts, it would not have happened. The second thing I think that was really instrumental is we had a great group of presidents that year, and they really embraced this project from the minute that Bill proposed it and really got behind it. And that kind of leads to the third thing that I think really helped push this across the finish line was relationships. A lot of the clubs already had relationships with Loved One, who operates the shower cart now. And so they already were familiar with that organization and had a comfort level with them. And so that really helped. And then as far as my role as AG, I really was just a facilitator and an encourager. And like I said, Bill really carried the heavy load on this, but really as an AG, I just tried to get out of the way and help and make things, encourage people to participate. So with that, I'll turn it over to Bill and let him make the presentation.
So thanks, Dennis. I've got the PowerPoint here up on the screen and hopefully playing for the folks on Zoom. Essentially, we started with a situation in Clackamas County where homeless folks did have some access to showers. They were able to get to a couple of different nonprofits that would provide it. Quite frankly, they're going to gas stations, things like that, and they were able to address their need to some extent. When COVID hit in March of 2020, that just came to a screaming halt. All the nonprofits shut their showers because of fear of COVID, that this would be a super spreader event if you tried to combine water with COVID. So almost immediately, I was in a Zoom meeting with my Loved One partner who I'd worked with before this. And they explained to me that what they were seeing was some dramatic challenges in health, of the declining health of the homeless folks. Skin diseases, infections were running rampant, and there were just no support for it. So, and Dennis has already touched here on Loved One. It's a nonprofit based in Oregon City that does laundry events. We had combined with them in our region to support those shower events, their laundry events. The Walkie Club, for instance, constantly volunteers at their events. They're a key player, and we all were really comfortable. And also, to build on Dennis's point, I was brought in as a president-elect the year before I served, and I got to know the president-elects obviously pretty early, and the existing presidents. So there was a cohesion already where we had talked about this idea about how do we impact homelessness. And so that's kind of how we started. So the other piece to kind of be clear is that I was lucky in my role. I'm a community prosecutor with the Clackamas County DA's office. A big chunk of my job is addressing homelessness and the impacts of homelessness in the community. And so when this meeting in early April with Loved One happened, and I heard about, there's no options for showers, the first thing I did was able to connect with the public health officer in Clackamas County, and Dr. Sarah Present, and she said, no, you guys should be able to do showers. Let me give you some parameters to how to do this safely. So we were able to reopen at least one of the shower carts that was at Clackamas Service Center, and pretty quickly got that working again. And then the county jumped in with this emergency response group that actually then started towing that trailer kind of around the county to different locations. So that happened right away. So we patted ourselves on the back, said, well, that's pretty cool, but this won't be long-term. And the idea quickly came up with, well, we could sure use another shower cart. How would we do that? And of course, as a Rotarian, the first thing I thought is, I know the group that can pull this thing together. So that's kind of how it started, and it really went very quickly. And so I've got kind of a timeline here of what happened and how quickly it came together. And then also, if any of you are interested, I didn't want to bog down with detail, but I have like 4 pages of kind of the things I'm referring to in this thing. So if you want that, by all means, I'll share that with you. So initially, I sent out an email to the Southeast Region Club presidents. I kind of teased this idea of what would you think about building a cart. I crafted a 1-page overview and went to speak at their ED's invitation to their board, because it was a big step for them to take on this cart in terms of the management. Pretty quickly, within a week or two, with Dennis's help, we crafted a cost-sharing proposal for the Southeast Region Club. So at that time it was 6 clubs. And initially we were kind of trying to figure out, okay, so do we do this by a per club basis, or is it like a per member cost sharing burden? And of course, being from Clackamas, the biggest club in the Southeast region, per club sounded great. But if you're Gladstone, it sounds like that you're crazy, right? I mean, you're talking about our whole budget. So we crafted a per member basis and just said, this is a suggested, you do what you can do and what you want to do. I did try to do some marketing to outside clubs, but it was kind of cold. I was just kind of out of the blue. They got an email from some guy they don't know, and I suggested that. But in any event, we were able to raise essentially $36,000 between May 13th and June 30th. So it was quick. There was a quick response. It helped that we had a pretty dramatic crisis. But I mean, Milwaukee was the first one that said we're in, and they came in with something like $8,000. I mean, it was just boom. We signed a contract with a local cart builder. The good news there, and I think this will be of particular interest to Brandon, is that because we had had a chance, our team had a chance to use that other shower cart that had the existing one, they learned a lot of design ideas. And so we really did a lot of work before we said, okay, we want you to build this specific to kind of make sure we had the right cart to satisfy the need. We got the cart essentially mid-November, and then Love One started using it. We initially had no graphics. Ultimately, after a fairly interesting design process, trying to get everybody's insights into, okay, what do you think this cart should look like? We ended up getting it applied in April 1. And in fact, the design was ultimately done by the husband of the Love One president or ED for free. And then we did our first public rollout at Clackamas Town Center at Dennis's invitation. Some of you may have been at that. I'm going to come back to this, but let me show you what the cart looks like if you haven't seen it. So it's a 2-stall shower cart. That front area is where they keep their supplies. Of course, the big propane tanks at the front. It's heavily marketed with Love One, but as you're going to see here in a moment, there's a lot of rotor stuff. So here's just kind of a quick view of the design that they ended up doing to make this as efficient as possible. That's what the front. So, okay.
Oh, but we missed the other one.
Okay, let me go back here. Yeah, sorry about that. There's always a technical hiccup, isn't there? Okay. So that's what the front of the cart looks like. That's, getting towed down the road. But now comes, from a rotary perspective, the fun shots. That's what the one side looks like. So I've always been a huge fan of People of Action. I love that campaign. It just speaks to me about what Rotary is about. And so we wanted to make sure that was part of it. What you're seeing is the side number 2 is the second shower stall. And you can see we've listed the clubs that were able to support it. We got support from 2 outside groups, but that's really unfair to say because they're really Rotary groups. So Celebrate Milwaukee, the head president of Celebrate Milwaukee, is one of the Clackamas members. And I'd called him for a completely different thing in like June, and we're into the call. And he says, "Aren't you going to ask me for money?" I go, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "About the shower cart." I go, "Oh, okay. Can you guys?" He goes, "Yeah, we'll give some." And then the same thing happened in Oregon City. Providence Willamette Falls Foundation, their ED is in the Oregon City Club, and it's essentially the money just fell down into the $36,000, and we had a little bit of money left over from a Peace Pole project that we hadn't spent yet, and the group collectively said, "Let's apply that." So that's what got us to there. And then here's the back. So if you're following, that's to the side. This is that CTC event, Clackamas Town Center event, and you'll see District Governor Joe there. These are the clubs that were able to come that day, and Love One came up with a little plaque and a picture and to kind of show their impact. And then here's the back of that. So that if you're following this thing down the road, that's what it looks like. And I will note, if you can see in the pictures, it may be hard to see there, but you see those little grade wheels? Those are rotary wheels. That was Dennis's thought. He had found a picture of some car that had something like that, like a Subaru, and we thought, that's a great idea. So that whole cart is covered with that stuff. In person, it really kind of is striking, but this is what we came up with. The other thing I guess I do want to say, I'm going to go back because I kind of jumped ahead for these pictures. Let me see if I can get back here without freezing it. So we've done 2 essentially public rollout events. We did the center in April, and then we had a chance to take it to the farmers market in Oregon City, which is a pretty big event. And we weren't providing showers. It was literally just a chance to show Oregon City Rotary and the shower cart. And they probably had 300 people who came by. It's a pretty healthy farmers market. We haven't done more of those. We'd like to do more of those, so those are an option. I know we've had some conversations with West Linn because they've got some events, but think about this coming summer about ways to do that. Now, the challenge is, it is a bit of a lift for Love One to be able to mobilize to get that out when it's not a regular shower event, because you got to have somebody who tows it. Turns out this thing's a bit of a beast to tow. It's pretty heavy. It's about, I think, almost 5,000 pounds. And so you got to have somebody who knows what they're doing. They got to have setup. I mean, in any event. So right now the cart's being used twice a month right now at a place called Milner Vet Clinic on Molalla in Oregon City. They can do up to 18 showers in 3 hours. Now, the whole concept of the shower cart is it's meant to be a point of trust and a point of contact with homeless folks. So you try to have them come in and draw for this, and then you provide services around that and case management around that to try to get them off the street. And so like right now at Milner Vet Clinic, the last event they had, they were able to provide, I think, 17 showers, but they had another 20, 25 folks there who didn't get showers, but got food, got other resources, got connected. And so that's kind of what we do. They were doing them up at Grace Point Church in Milwaukee, but that stopped because there wasn't the need because of some other things that were happening in the county. And actually yesterday Brandy and I met with the leadership of the Milwaukee Rotary Club. They're going to try to set up a once a month effort at a Feed the Hungry site right downtown, and we're going to try to put that together. And then I know Brandon and I have had some conversations about how can we get this out there. So some final thoughts before I take questions. So you can probably tell this, it wasn't like we had a big plan to start this thing. I'm kind of a ready, fire, aim guy anyway, and we had a crisis, and so we just made it happen. But in looking back on it, we got incredibly lucky with our partner at Love One. I mean, this thing could have gone just incredibly, it still could. I mean, if Love One goes away, and nonprofits sometimes do that, we'd have to scramble and find another partner to do it. It's not something I would ask a Rotary Club to do because it's a big lift. But they're responsible for managing it all. They do a great job. We get the cart back if they go away or they can't. I mean, we've essentially retained that right to get it back. Their biggest limitation are getting volunteers. Their normal events are about 3 hours. They ask folks to be there a total of 4, half-hour setup, half-hour cleanup. And then you've got to have a person who's doing the towing, and then they need a site operator. So you're talking about 6 folks to make this thing work. And they like to train. Now, Love One is passionate about how homeless folks are dealt with, connected, spoken to. And so they do a lot of training around that. The other thing that we didn't expect is this became a political controversy in Oregon City when we wanted to set this bad boy up. The neighbors were going out of their minds about it. And so we ended up meeting with neighborhood associations this was in the height of COVID, in cemeteries for an outdoor meeting. But pretty quickly we got them on board. And because Love One's such a great operator, they now love Love One. They love the shower cart. I mean, the Oregon City Commission, which has some conservative elements that don't like this kind of thing, they're incredibly supportive of it because we make the neighborhood better. And we also leave it cleaner than when we set up. And so when we look in terms of trying to open up a new location, we need to make sure that we're living up to that kind of responsibilities. So the other thing I will say, and I should have been more clear in this, but I know of no other nonprofit in this context, Rotary, that could have done this quickly. I mean, it was insane. In 7 months, we pulled this thing together in the middle of a pandemic. And it was because of the leadership at the club level, Dennis's work. I mean, it just kind of came together, and it was a lot of fun. So, questions?
Bill, I will share that the director of Love One was willing and very anxious to work with the organization that I was with, the Neighbor Center.
Yeah.
So taking that concept, she was very willing to help push the concept out to the rest of the counties. So very good idea, and a great organization that you're working with.
That's a question, Bill. Neighborhood associations, were there concerns about COVID, or was there concerns about attracting more homeless?
Attracting more homeless. And the whole concept of that you're providing an attractive nuisance and that you're not addressing the issue, why can't you just get them out of there? So what I mean, as a community prosecutor, I hear that all the time. We closely work with local law enforcement and kind of present a unified front. And one of the pieces that, when we went to these community meetings in cemeteries, when they brought up a specific issue, we responded to it. We had to build trust, and we had to show that we would follow through and do what we were going to do. But it was all about, you're just going to make the homeless problem worse in our neighborhood. And we had to counter that. Brandon?
I just, so I've worked in the homeless outreach for the last year. And I know there's always the concern from the community, no matter what you do, they're going to have these problems that makes it attractive. Well, these are basic necessities that are needed by people. And actually having a conversation with someone in an unsheltered encampment, saying, I can't go get a job because I can't take a shower. Who would want to go to work if you didn't have access to a shower? So these are just basic necessities that can help get people back on their feet. You find your volunteers, Bill?
Well, in my haste to be quick and efficient, that's all Love One's gig. They manage this thing. They're responsible for the cost operation. They're responsible for finding volunteers and bringing and onboarding them and training them and the insurance and all that stuff. Because I knew that I didn't want to have to lay this on one or two Rotary clubs. It had to be somebody else who could kind of do it full time. So they're the ones who do it. But it's a variety of things. That's one of the reasons why we made a big point of the Love One logos to attract attention to them. So it's meant to drive both membership for us, but also for them, because if we don't have them, we don't have an active shower card. It's going to be parked somewhere.
How many Rotarians are volunteering to be a part of this?
Great question. I don't know that. I know that Oregon City regularly, what's happened is that our partnership with Love One has just deepened and grown throughout our region. So the Milwaukee Rotary Club often shows up at their events and helps provide food and other sources. The Clackamas Rotary Club, we all support it financially. By the way, when they give them a shower, they give them clean, fresh, new underclothes. So socks, underwear, t-shirt. And of course, there's a cost to that. So we support it that way. But I can't tell you how many Rotarians in the 6 clubs in our area are actually working there on a regular basis. I know there are some. And we're trying to, for our first time, we're kind of trying to build this Rotary specific event in Milwaukee that would probably be almost all Rotarians operating it and making it happen. So we'll see.
So is there a way to show outcomes from the people who may have been able to get a job, or any way to quantify that?
Not something that we haven't had an outside agency come in and do the assessment of that. But I can tell you that COVID was a really weird time for working in homeless. Quite frankly, it was the most exciting time I've seen. We made the biggest impact on chronically homeless people in Clackamas County, strangely enough. And a big chunk of it was using hotel rooms to house people on a short-term basis, wrapping services around them, and then transitioning them to permanent housing. So this was a part of that because it develops trust, and it's because Love One operates this thing in a way that is just fantastic. But I can't tell you that. I know they believe they've housed about 40 folks, but no one's gone out and confirmed that. We know we've been able to house collectively probably 70, 80 folks amongst a bunch of different groups that work together, and the shower cart's a part of that. Love One, they have laundry events that don't involve the shower yet because they just not, it's really hard. You got to find the right place to do it, but they draw 150 people a night at their events, and they're all trying to connect those folks to resources to move them beyond that.
Are they using the Metro dollars?
Well, I'm in Clackamas County. We don't get Metro dollars yet.
Oh.
The supportive
I
housing.
forgot about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So this has been essentially a guerrilla operation. Now it's coming. It's coming, supposedly, and I'll believe that when I see it. I mean, anyway, yeah, no. Right.
Bill, what have you seen as far as raising the awareness of Rotary through this project, other than the signage on the trailer? And
No, I know early on, the trailer was taken down to Astoria to participate in an event, and they connected with Astoria Rotary, I believe. But I have not been able to track how we got an X number of members to this. I don't know. We need to do a better job of getting this out in front of people at community events, because I think it shows incredibly well.
But there's been some public
we had
press conference or press releases.
Yes, when we did the Clackamas Town Center event, there were a number of folks there from the press. I think we had somebody from the Oregonian who actually showed up and took a ton of pictures and got it out and shared it that way. So there's been a significant, at that point, there was a significant kind of push out.
And Steve, we've also talked at my President's Council meeting about different clubs using the trailer for their community parades during the summer, and trying to get that shower cart out and get some publicity in the community that way.
It's a great idea.
I don't want to be Debbie Downer here, but a quick question: has there been a downside? Have there been some challenges or hurdles that you guys have really struggled to overcome?
Just capacity issues making it happen. I thought we'd be in more places. We tried to get it out in Sandy because Sandy has a desperate need for this. You need it. It's not as you have to have somebody who can really commit to this. I mean, this is a pretty engaged and involve volunteer opportunity to coordinate this thing to do it right. So that's been a challenge. We're always really concerned about insurance, so we make sure that the loved one has good coverage of that, but potentially you're exposing your driver to potential liability. So we're telling those folks, you gotta know what your own insurance is on that deal. So those are really the two big issues I see so far. I mean, it's been a significant boon to loved one. And so from a financial standpoint, they've been able to grow. Their ED went from complete volunteer to where she's now on staff. She's the only staff person they have, and that's made a big impact. But that's a big lift from that side. I didn't think it would be that big a lift from the volunteer side.
And what are your future goals in terms of maybe, the idea of having someone be able to get a shower every 2 weeks isn't really realistic in terms of job application, because, that's just not good enough. So are there goals for being able to get it out there more frequently and have that available more often?
Yes, if we can get the volunteer to do it. But my take on homelessness in Clackamas County is that what you've got to do, you can't expect everybody to show up at Red Soil elsewhere in the county where all the county agencies are. It's the least accessible spot in the county. I mean, you might as well have gone out to Mount Hood someplace. And homeless folks tend not to want to jump on two transfer kind of ride to come down to deal with their stuff. You got to go to them. So I see this as the nucleus where you set up a shower event and then you build services around it in a local area to connect. It's perfect for Clackamas County. We should be going to Sandy, Estacada, Malala, all of those outlying places, parts of Oregon City that we're not now. And this can be a vehicle to do that. I see this from a community prosecutor standpoint as a key element in our strategy to address homelessness. And so I'm continuing trying to build it and expand it and find other ways to do it.
Great.
One quick question regarding funding. I think due to the timing of when you were looking for funds, it was not available for a matching grant?
For a district grant?
For district grant?
How can I say this? Appropriately?
This call is being recorded.
Yes. In terms of the timing that we were looking at, that wasn't a major goal of mine to go that way. I would comment on that I've got some letters I refer to. The cost sharing plan is in there. I made 20 copies. If you want more, I can do more, but I didn't know if you wanted that level of detail. But the marketing letter that I first sent out to the Southeast region folks, and then when I sent letters out to several other clubs outside of my area, but in Clackamas County, it kind of gives you the details of what we're trying to accomplish. And that one pager that I created was kind of the basic overview in there too.
Phil, very quickly, lessons learned from this that could be applied in other regions or for other specific, what would some of your top lessons learned that if this is being replicated maybe for a totally different issue?
There's a lot more we can do as Rotarians. I mean, I don't think anybody else has our reach on a local community basis because we have so many folks of unique skills and we're just scattered. So one of the big challenges we have is politically, so for instance, if we're going into Sandy and we want to put up, or let's say Milwaukee, which is probably going to happen, our local Rotary Club there has the chief of police in their club. So we're already halfway there on the political side of things, which is a huge issue. You don't expect it, but because of that whole attractive nuisance concern from local folks, you've got to have it. I just think we need to realize it's possible. I mean, we can do a lot that we do a lot already. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying, I mean, quite frankly, one of the next projects we're trying to kick around is the idea of a tiny house project that would be a Rotary kind of deal. Off the ground, but that's our next, which would be like, several levels of magnitude above money-wise that we did here, but it showed us what is possible. So we're going to try more.
Bill, my first thought is almost the same as yours. Don't be afraid to think big.
Right. And we're on and we actually have a couple of home builders already on our committee.
And some of them are in the.
Yeah, no, and in fact, that's where we found it.
I'd also talk to Habitat for Humanity.
Right.
That's another.
Which we were just talking about that on April 30th, we're working with their 24 affiliates as a result of K.
Yeah.
And so let's kind of leverage that.
And you and I have talked about this before on that tiny house concept. The financials, as I don't think is going to be the big challenge. The big challenge is
politics and zoning.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Yeah.
that
Location.
is the huge
Location.
lift.
Location.
And so,
I know from my personal want to have this grant come out, as I was discussing with some of our outreach in Tigers in Washington County. Washington County runs winter shelters from November 15th until March 15th. They got extended last year till June. But a lot of those facilities either have one shower or no showers. With 20 people, 30 people, there's a place where it could be permanently stationed where it's not going to create those issues.
Right.
You know, it's a bad area because those already exist there.
Well, thank you, Bill and Dennis, for taking the lead on bringing this project together. Thank you for sharing information today with us. I think we can see that collaboration of the clubs within the region, also collaboration is what allowed us to have a bigger impact on the community. And Dennis, I like your challenge. Don't be afraid to think big. There's work involved with that, but there's rewards involved with that as well when you pull things together and successfully pull off this project. So thank you again, both of you, for your leadership in bringing this together. And we accept the challenge in our district to try to replicate this similar type of thing where we're collaborating with other agencies. So thanks again. So the next on the agenda is me talking about why do we have AGs, or what do I see as the role of an AG. And I got to tell you that I spent a lot of time this week writing out a script and saying, well, this is what I want to be sure I tell the AGs. And I woke up this morning and it says, I don't feel comfortable with that. And Janet, my wife, says, well, then speak from your heart. And that's what I'll do. And I think that you'll find those that know me, I do have a heart. And I let it, I let it guide me a lot. And so, I'm here today because of a heart of service, a heart of making things better in our district. And I so much appreciate each one of you being here as an assistant governor. Now, as I look back in my Rotary career, of course, I've been president twice, I've been AG, been in different roles. But I think the assistant governor is the best position in Rotary. I know Cindy's has shared that thought with me as well. It's to be an AG, to be an assistant governor is just so critical to the success of our district. You as AGs, working directly with club presidents, are able to accomplish much more than Jim can as a district governor, or I can as a district governor, or as from that position, because you're that much closer. And so that's why I think the assistant governor is a key role. And I want to let you know that we've been talking about servant leadership throughout our district for the last 3 years. And we'll talk about that again later in this session, because that is so critical to how I want us to approach working with our clubs. You think of servant leadership, we have in this group, not only are the AGs here, but we also have our district governor. We have our district governor nominee. We have our district governor designate. They joined us today because they are here to serve our district and to serve you. And I appreciate each one of them giving up their Saturday to be here as well. And so, servant leadership is something that we look for. What does that mean? We'll talk about that a little bit later. A couple things I do want to share. When I was first in AG, I was greeted by my clubs with concern. Now, okay, the Rotary police are here. Got to make sure that everything's done right. And I really don't want you to be Rotary police. We don't need Rotary police. That's not what clubs need. And so please help me dispel that. We're not sending you out to spy on clubs, to find out who's doing this and that. Yes, we need your help communicating messages. Yes, we need your help engaging clubs and growing clubs, but you're not there to find a report and write it back and say, well, this is what's happening in Malala Club, or not Malala, or Wallowa County Club, or whatever. See what happened to Malala when Cindy did that? No, just. So that's the primary thing, is being a servant leader. And so as I was getting ready this morning, I looked in the mirror, worked on my hair. But as I looked at the mirror, I was reminded of something. And, you know, I looked in the mirror and I said, well, look, gosh, I have one nose, one mouth, but I have two eyes, and I have two ears. And I think that is the message I want to share, is that we're here to observe and listen twice as much as we are here to tell. In terms of, you know, I think it's important that when we go visit our clubs, that we have a message there. Whether it's talking, you know, if it was last month during Foundation Month, you're sharing about the importance of the Rotary Foundation in the life of a Rotarian, and trying to encourage and develop additional support for that. That's an important message for you to share as an assistant governor. Maybe it's in the springtime when you're visiting, you're talking about training opportunities, and we're talking about, you know, we have Rotary Spring Training event coming up in May, but are you aware that we also have the Learning Center as an option to train year-round? You know, those type of messages I think are important for members to hear, because not everybody comes to Rotary Spring Training. Not everybody watches the Jim's Jams and the messages that come out every month. So we have to find ways to communicate in a way that we're sharing the message, sharing information with them. So that's, you know, my goal is to be the servant leaders for each of you. I want to get to know each of you. Many of you I don't know, have not met before today, personally, in person. I've met on the phone and Zoom calls. But my goal as your district governor is to work closely with you. I hope you feel comfortable. I sent you each a text, and that had the password to the Wi-Fi here. But I hope you put my contact information in your phone, and that you know that you can call me anytime. And I will provide the resources and support I can for you as you are working and serving your clubs. Because that's my role, I see it, working with the 12 AGs throughout our district as you reach your clubs. My plans are to be involved in your president's meetings at least once during the year, just to be there as a resource for you, not to be your program, not to be the meeting. I just want to be there, again, support each one of you as you're working with your presidents. Maybe it provides an opportunity for your presidents to ask questions that they wouldn't ask you. If that does that, that's good. And I'll be glad to do that. So just don't hesitate to call me. Personally, I'm making some changes in my life that will allow me to have more time. I am, as of the end of December, I'm retiring from my employment position. I know you look at me and say, well, Steve, you're too young to retire. And I am too young to retire. So I call it semi-retirement. I'm going to continue to work on a contract basis with my employer and other businesses in the areas where I can be a consultant and work on things, but I can control my schedule so that I'm available for Rotary first and then employment second. And you know, it's been a crazy 6 months as being a DGE. It seems like 6 months, is only 5, but it seems like 6. There's a lot of preparation to be done. And I know that the next 6 months, 7 months is going to be even more critical as we get into our training for our presidents-elect and providing for Rotary Spring Training and our district club celebration, the One Rotary event in Seaside. Lots going on, and I just look forward to being able to focus more time on preparing for that. So I think it's, as Bill and Dennis shared this morning, the value of bringing your presidents together. I know it's a challenge to get all the presidents engaged. I know it's a challenge to find that convenient time when everybody can be there. Because I can tell you, and you know this as well, your level of commitment is maybe one step above or two steps above maybe what some of your presidents are on. And so they're doing it just because they have to. Nobody else in their club would be there. You're doing this because you chose to be an AG, and we only had to twist your arm just a little bit to get it. So, you know, develop that team as best you can. Have your regular meetings, engage people, follow up in between meetings, but read people. You know, I mean, I think it's important to read people. Some people say, hey, give me a space, that's fine. Focus on where you can have the biggest impact with inviting people away. Two critical things that I'm looking at as we go forward. Jim has talked about this. We've talked about it in Rotary for many years, and that's membership. We will continue to focus on membership. We will continue to focus on finding areas for new club development. And that's an area that each of you as an assistant governor has an important role. Because you know your markets much better than I do, much better than Cindy does, and much better than our Grow Rotary Committee does. And so you as assistant governor can help us identify those areas that could benefit from having a new club established. You know, we know the process is not easy to start a new club. Just look at Sandy. It's taken a long time to get there. Nelson's shaking his head. He went through it with Three Creeks, you know, but I know that up in District 5030 up in Seattle, they've gone gangbusters with new clubs because they're approaching it with a different attitude. They're being more flexible in terms of what type of clubs they're looking for. I mean, they have an E-club it's a environmental sustainability club. The president is in Washington, D.C. You know, so they're finding ways to create this interest in other cause-based clubs is a way we can do that. So membership will continue to be important, and we'll want to continue to talk with our presidents regularly. But how are your clubs doing? How are you doing from an engagement standpoint? Not just new club development, but how are we engaging? You know, Jim has done a great job of leading our membership committee and talking about, you know, the value of retaining membership. And you know, when we lose 12 to 15% of our membership each year, that's hard to stay ahead of that game. So if we can retain more of those members by engagement, and that's why I'm asking, you know, again, Bill, talking about the involvement of Rotary in this trailer. How many more people were engaged through that process and see the value of what Rotary can do? And because of that, and how many new members were brought in because of they seeing Rotary's involvement in project. So membership will continue to be a focus, and we'll talk about regularly at our assistant governor meetings. We'll be following the reports. We're in the process of looking to find a chair of our membership committee. And so if you have some suggestions for me here, we have a lead on Monday that we're gonna talk with people, one person possibly not doing that. But Bill or Dennis Long is not in a position where he can continue that. And so we've agreed to find a replacement for him. And so your help identifying, again, that's another valuable role that you as assistant governors can play, is helping us be aware of potential leaders and participants at the district level. So keep your eyes open, keep your ears open. Remember, you got two of them each. So the other area, the focus that it's something that's it's been part of my Rotary life for many years, and that's support of the Rotary Foundation. Some of the numbers are, you know, our district has a good record of being a strong supporter of the foundation. I know that this last week there was recognition of a member in one of our Lake Oswego club that has accumulated or what's called large clump society. That's great. But what really concerns me is not everybody's involved. I looked at the incoming president's for presidents-elect for next year. What are we looking at? Just a little over 25% currently support the foundation. I know each of you do. I looked at the report, okay, and I appreciate that because you're sharing your priorities through your leadership, and I know you're not doing it to hey, look at me type thing, but because you support the foundation, you have the opportunity to understand the value of that and can share that with our clubs. And we'll be talking about this with the club's presidents-elect at PETS training, pre-PETS training, and PETS training. The foundation is amazing. We do a lot of good things through Rotary because we have funding available to us through the foundation. And if we don't support the foundation, then what happens? Well, as we've seen over the last 2 years, our funding model changes at the foundation level because we can't continue to fund all the needs with the pie that's not growing as big as the projects. And so instead of the 100% match from foundation, it was dropped to 80% for district match. That impacts all of us. And so, there was a quote, I can't remember who it was, said, it says, not everybody can afford to be an Arch Clump Society member. Most of us can't, but I think each of us in Rotary can afford to support our foundation a little bit. Even with Rotary Direct at $10 a month, that's sustaining, and that's all Rotary asks is if every member would be a sustaining member of the foundation. Just think of the difference that would make in our ability to service and provide for our communities. So that'll be a message that we're sharing regularly. And we share that message not by saying, well, you need to increase your giving, but we'll share that message by telling the story of the impact that it's had on people's lives. And so it builds that desire that people can say, yeah, I want to be a part of that because I can see what the benefit is in the world. That's how we'll be able to change some people's perceptions in mind. So that's all I've got, but I will give you a few minutes to answer or ask questions, and then I'll answer them, hopefully, before we go on to Renee. Are there questions as far as you have for me? What do you need from me, I guess, is a question I ask for you as your district governor starting next year. What do you need from me to help you be successful in your role? Rob?
I have a primary one that some of you may share with me, and that is, how do we inspire, how do we encourage, how do we motivate clubs who are struggling in identifying a president-elect so that their training is in a timely manner and they're not playing catch-up? Because I have 2 in my region who do not have president-elects and are not ready to go to PETS. How can we do that?
Good question. Next one. That's a good question, Rob. And we know there's 10 clubs within our district still don't have a president-elect yet identified, and here we are. It's the first part of December. Registrations went out Wednesday for PETS, and the training process has started. I know Jim and Gary are working on board development pieces to help us identify the board's role in looking at that, club leadership succession planning, and that's a start. But yeah, if anybody else has an answer, I don't have a better answer. Jim, you might have a better answer.
I do believe, Rob, that as AGs, our influence with clubs is to take it off the president current and meet with the boards and ask them to be part of the solution. Currently, when we meet, so if you're meeting with your presidents, it's just one individual's opinion from having done what you're going through. is if you, in a board meeting, you can ask boards if they feel any responsibility for that, because that's the longevity or sustainability. Sometimes clubs are led to their current president. It's not the solution, in my humble opinion.
Okay, other questions? Well, again, anytime that you have thoughts, you need information, resources from me, don't hesitate to reach out. Please call me. That's my preferred method, is the phone. I also get a chance to check email on occasion, but it tends to blow up and gets buried. So phone call always gets my attention. So you make a note of that. I even have special rings for all my assistant governors in my phone, so I know.
That would be like a psychological test to find out, like, what ring you assigned to what person.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, if one of them is like, dun, 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 you'd be like,
yes. Okay, well, I'm again excited to work with you and get to know you better through the years, and most excited to serve you as your district governor. See, there you go. That's
Just
Jim's
want to
ring.
know what your ringtone was.
That's Jim's ring. That's my attention.
This is not like Peter Pan.
So last September, the existing assistant governors were planning on having an event that was going to be a social event, and because of COVID and other reasons, was canceled. Well, part of that event was going to involve training on how to work with volunteers. That's something we all do. And so we decided to extend that training to this meeting so that we all have a chance to receive training, and our district governor nominee, Renee, is going to share that with us.
Yay. Hey guys. Hey Brandon, do you want me to just share the screen? Okay, let me pull this up here. Oops. Share screen. Slideshow. And there we are. Yay! I like it when it works. So originally it was supposed to be Jim and I doing this together, and he has seen the materials that I'm about to share. And jump in, Jim, if you feel that there's something that you'd like to share. But volunteers are the backbone of Rotary, because every single one of us in Rotary are a volunteer, right? And we're a membership-based organization that does service. So if we want to continue to do the service that we do, we need to be able to enhance and motivate and inspire people to join our cause, join our organization, to continue to the great work that we do, to help change the world. So who is this guy? Rob Lowe?
I said Pablo.
Oh, Pablo. I heard Rob Lowe. I'm like, yeah, definitely not Rob Lowe. That's funny. So who is this guy? Paul Harris. And what did Paul Harris do for us?
Brought us all here today.
Oh, he brought us all here today. Or, yeah. So back in, he was born in the late 1800s. He was born in Wisconsin, moved to Vermont to live with his grandparents, went to law school, moved to Chicago, and had a law firm in downtown Chicago. And the story goes that he was one day walking around downtown Chicago with a friend of his, a fellow attorney, who was stopping along the pathway and talking to various business owners, and just had that fellowship with the professional people in his area. And Paul wanted that. And so he, with 3 other men, started Rotary for fellowship. And look where we are today. His dream of fellowship has become 1.4 million, I think is what we are now, of Rotarians across the world. And not only do we do fellowship, but we also do an incredible amount of service, changing the lives of many across the world. So if you do me the honor of closing your eyes, I want you to think about the most meaningful act of service or opportunity that you have had. Picture that act of service or that opportunity in your mind, where you are, who you are with, what you are doing, how you are feeling. And when you have that picture in your mind, go ahead and keep your eyes closed. What cause were you serving? And not only the cause, but what is the motivation behind serving that cause? Go ahead and open your eyes. So who would like to share that act of service or meaningful opportunity and the cause and the motivation that you were able to pull up in your mind? Go ahead, Cindy.
I just, it's of recent, is when I worked with the people up in the Kenyan Canyon. Mark Collier was working with me on the fire grant, meeting with the people, hearing their stories, that they had lost everything there was, and there wasn't a lot to lose to begin with. But what motivated me is that's part of my community too. There were people that lived up there. We went up there every summer with our kids boating, and just meant a lot. I made new friends and shed a lot of tears with them. It was a great experience.
So what was the cause?
Well, it was the fire.
Okay. So helping the individuals. Okay. And what motivated you to do that?
Just my love of people and wanting to serve them.
Okay.
Whatever I could do to help.
So the love of people caused or gave you the ability and desire to want to help the fire victims.
So the action
was
To help them replace things, whatever they could. The action was to help them come back to some point of
to create some normalcy after that devastation. All right, great, thank you. Go ahead, Julie.
I challenged our club, Tualatin's Rotary Club, about how they were doing their scholarship program. And they were giving a scholarship to kids who were getting full rides to Harvard and Yale and Princeton, and it was meaningless. And I said, I really think we need to rethink our scholarship program. And we ended up, over a process, evolving into a first generation scholarship that is now, it's paired with a mentor. So those kids are chosen as juniors in high school. And I was the first mentor for our first recipient. And those kids are chosen as juniors, and then they are mentored through their senior year of high school, when they have to do their FAFSAs and apply for things and deal with potentially parents who are telling them, who do you think you are, thinking you're going to go to college, and then into college, and we mentor them all the way through college. And I had the privilege of being able to do that with our first selectee, and you know, she's now successful on her path to be a doctor, working on masters and teaching, and just, you know, it's just an amazing, very humbling experience. And the motivation was, here are these kids who's no one in their family's ever gone to college. They don't know what it takes to get there. They have no idea. They have no support. They may even have people in their families who are telling them not to do that. Come work in our restaurant. Come, you know, help me in my house cleaning business, whatever that is. And, you know, that's a big thing, to take a generation and break that mold and instill the value of education. And so that's been a really successful program for Tualatin High School, for Tualatin Rotary, and I'm really proud of us doing that.
Thank you. That actually, sorry, it makes me emotional. I was first generation to go to college, and Rotary provided a 4-year scholarship for me to go to Indiana University.
And that's what we do. We do a 4-year scholarship. That's a big deal.
So thank you.
Yeah.
So the motivation was to change the cycle, right? And the cause was then to provide that scholarship opportunity.
And
Awesome.
the mentor, which is such
Yeah.
a key ingredient, because you can give kids money, but they don't know what to do with it.
Mm.
When you have a kid who's never owned a computer in their family, and they're heading off to college and you know they need one, you know you can use that scholarship money to help them get a computer to, that's what they need, or, whatever, or that mentorship program.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? So understand behind serving that cause are two key components to get volunteers wanting to participate and be involved. So my next question was, how does that fit with Rotary? Both of your examples were Rotary examples. But think about us as an international organization. We have 7 areas of focus. And then we have all the different causes and things to do in our own communities that are competing for our time and attention. So it's critical for us as Rotarians to really understand what we need to do to garner that interest in future Rotarians and volunteers. So the biggest benefit to volunteering is service and making a difference in our community, locally and globally. Because when we share our time and talents and share our treasures, we are solving problems. We are strengthening our communities. We are improving the lives of others, including our own lives. And we are connecting with others, going back to the purpose of fellowship that Paul Harris wanted to start when he started Rotary. So we have cause, we have motivation, we have action, and the benefit of making a difference. This is something that's called the circle of engagement. So we want to create the atmosphere for individuals to want to be a part of Rotary and the good work that we do. So think about somebody who is coming to our club for the first time. If the atmosphere isn't conducive to want them to stay, if we're not being inviting, then they're not going to want to serve and volunteer their time. So atmosphere, providing support, so bringing new members in, supporting their interests, connections that we facilitate, introducing them to different people, connecting them, providing options. Again, we have 7 areas of focus. We have the different levels of volunteering in our community, the things that we can be a part of. So providing options that they can be involved in, and providing inspiration. Those pieces, creating that atmosphere, they're creating that engagement opportunity that will inspire others to connect and be a part. And if we do it right, folks, we can move people from a casual connection to a committed connection. Casual being that person that is there intermittently, maybe for a fun event, maybe a one-off service opportunity. The connected individual will be more involved and understand the various Rotary programs that we have. Go beyond. They'll be more apt to want to be the club president. They'll be more apt to want to be involved in the district level and beyond in Rotary. And that's where we want to try to move people. Find the motivation and the inspiration to move people from casual to committed. And I would venture to say that every single one of you in this room are committed Rotarians. So think about how we were able, or how you moved from that casual space to the committed space and what it took to get you there. Call that up in your mind as we move forward, because those are the techniques that we can use to engage other volunteers. So cause, motivation, action, understanding the why, and then creating an environment to move people on the continuum. Volunteers want to, well, think about why you want to volunteer. Some of the reasons that people want to volunteer are to see the impact, to feel that they are solving a problem. They want to be a part of a cause that they care about. So that clear connection between cause and that feeling of doing something good. Sometimes it's simply wanting to gain an experience, a skill, or training. At the district level, we're working on a professional development plan or a professional development program to encourage people to continue their investment in skills and training and professionally. Some want recognition. That's an important component of working with volunteers, is recognizing the good things that people are doing. Sometimes it's craving order. Maybe you see something that's going on in your community that's unorderly and you have the skill set to make a difference, and so you want to help bring order to that. And that's fine too. And then others are looking for short-term commitments. Maybe some time has opened up in your work life and you want to do something, and that's what you can do by volunteering. So understanding what volunteers want. But at the same time, it's providing what the benefit of what you're offering. So as Rotarians, what are we offering for people who volunteer with us? What's the benefit? And so here are some benefits. An increase in the program quality of the services due to expertise of the volunteer. So as you volunteer with Rotary, you're sharing your time, talents, and treasure with Rotary, and that benefits the quality of our programs and our services. As more people become involved, then it can increases community support. It increases relationships. Look at the story that we heard today from Bill and Mark about the partnership with Rotary, Love One, and other community players, and the showers that have been built. Quite frankly, I truly believe that Rotary has the power to help end homelessness at some capacity. So improved understanding of Rotary and all that Rotary can do. The more people who understand and are part of Rotary and volunteer in Rotary can share the good news of Rotary. Creativity and ability to test solutions, and then working inside one another and the cost savings that brings to the community and to the agency. So knowing their wants, and then providing the motivation, and then make sure that the benefits are clearly stated as you're asking people to volunteer. The other piece is to understand who is volunteering. There are 5 generations, there might even be 6 now in our community that we're working with. And each generation has a different outcome, a different set of needs, different time variations, different relationships. And so as we are working with volunteers, we need to understand that, because it becomes very minute details that we can lose that person if we're not cognizant of it. If we know who's volunteering, then we can provide different motivations. One is to be motivated yourself. If you're a whole hum, oh, come on, come volunteer for this event. You know, that's not going to create excitement. I'm not going to want to be a part of that. So we want to be very motivated ourselves as people who are requesting somebody to volunteer, being clear on the cause. Again, Rotary has many causes, and there are other organizations out there that have great causes too. So what sets us apart? And so be clear on that cause. Using titles, so giving people, I mean, if they're sharing a specific expertise, engineering, teaching, give them a title that is equivalent to that. And be honest with the expectation and the time commitment. One thing that I've learned throughout the years of volunteering is that I want to know specifically what it is that I'm going to be doing, and I want to know the time that's involved. Sometimes, you know, you underestimate, and that's fine, but be as clear as you can with the expectations and the timeline. Deadlines, if there are deadlines, please share. Sometimes we are time bound, so make sure that the deadlines are shared. And then the shared benefits, which I already stated in the previous screen. Keys to successful volunteering, again, well-trained on expectations, making sure that the work is meaningful, feeling empowered. Nothing is worse than asking somebody to commit their time and energy to something that they're not getting that monetary value from, and they're being micromanaged. Remember, we're about building relationships. Make sure that there's a vision and that there are values that people are being held to, and that they can clearly identify with what those are. And once that is done, this is the piece, ladies and gentlemen, that isn't my best. Steve does a great job at recognizing and with sincerity, but making sure that you are recognizing the individual, that you're introducing them, you have name tags, that afterwards you're thanking them, you're appreciating them with either small gifts or maybe a award certificate, a ceremony, documents. I mean, in reality, that's what the district celebration is for, right? Is to recognize the good works that are being done throughout the year of service. Think about people's love languages. I think that's another way. How do people like being recognized? That's an important aspect as well. when it's all said and done, volunteers want to see the impact that they have. They want to know the cause that they're serving. They want to develop opportunities, develop relationships and experiences. They want clear roles and responsibilities. They want to be recognized in some way or capacity for the efforts that they've put into that event. And if we're successful with that, then we have a thriving volunteer base, and we can continue again as Rotarians doing the great work that we do. So bringing this all together, think about the state of volunteerism in these 3 different areas of your life. First of all, your own life. How important is volunteerism in your life? Not at all, somewhat, or very important? Thinking back to that motivation, if you are motivated as an individual to volunteer your time, talents, and treasures, that enthusiasm spills over and can help garner the enthusiasm of others. Think about volunteerism in your Rotary Club. How important is it? Not at all, somewhat, very important. If it's not there, folks, that could be driving why it's hard to find people to fill the spots. And right now we are still in the midst of the pandemic, or coming down from the pandemic. We've got to figure out how to inspire and motivate and regenerate that enthusiasm. How important is volunteerism in your community? Because this is where Rotary can be involved. So you may not have saved a lot of money in your life, folks, but if you've saved a lot of heartaches for other folks, then you are pretty rich. And that's what we can do as Rotarians. And we put that together by seeing a world where people unite and take action to create lasting change across the globe, in our communities, and in ourselves. That's the power of Rotary. And that's what I have for you today.
Well done. And I know a lot of people are taking pictures of the screen. Can you share the PowerPoint?
Yep.
So we have that?
I'll share it with you.
That'd be great. You know, working with volunteers is something we all do, and it's a challenge. It's different than leading people at work, where you have some maybe some power or authority to do something different. But leading volunteers is more pulling them along rather than pushing them.
Herding squirrels is.
Yeah. Well, and it's not, I mean, when you're working with folks, or if you're in charge of those individuals, it's about that they'll be the bottom line is the money that they're going to receive for that job, right? So with volunteers, it's intrinsic. So what is that intrinsic value that the volunteer is looking for? And when you can understand that, then you can help motivate the person towards that intrinsic value. So understanding the cause, I guess it goes back to that.
This is great timing because right now, I'm involved in 3 different nonprofits, and all of them are having to look at volunteers right now. Extreme difficulty getting volunteers to come out and leave the safety of their homes to help others. And it's now it's a matter of re-engaging the volunteers. I mean, right now in our club, the big car show, we really haven't had it in 2.5 years. The question is, can we do it next year without volunteers? There are so few volunteers that are out there, and we're really trying to get our hands on who's going to be there to help us. And so this is very timely.
Yeah, no problem. You know, it's funny because as I look back, I've never had an issue, and I've ran several large organizations that were dependent on volunteers, and I've never had an issue of finding volunteers. And I never thought about that until recently. And as I was going back through some of these materials, because I've been facilitating this conversation for a very long time. And so I think intrinsically, I've been doing some of that without being intentional about it. So just think, if we're intentional about doing this, the power and the ability we're going to have to really drive volunteerism.
So may I jump into the conversation?
No. Yeah, go for it.
One of the things that I keep bringing up to our PETS instructor development people is that oftentimes organizations, volunteer or corporations, institutionalize themselves within 3 years of being organized, whether it's a new club a business or whatever. And I've created 4 beatitudes. And the first one is befriending. Sometimes we have forgotten how to break out of our circles of friendships. And I keep coming back to what we can do essentially is participate in the 4-way test of not only building better friendships, but creating new ones. That's my advent to what you've already shared.
Nice, thank you.
In thinking about, like when I look at my club, Clackamas, we're trying to attract new and younger members. Do you have any tips for how to structure, how to share and portray our volunteer opportunities that work for young people who are busy with families? And I mean, I remember when I was 35 and young kids and all that, the last thing I would have done would be to join Rotary because I was coaching ball and all that kind of stuff. How do we reach out and connect with those folks?
You know, there was a call the other day, as DG, the DG line, we were allowed to participate, and it was with our district governor, no, Rotary International president. Oh, where are my notes? They'll be serving the year that I will be serving as district governor. And he said something that was really powerful, and now I can't find my notes.
Just wing it.
Just wing it?
Just wing it.
Yeah. Let me see. I thought it was in here. Nope, it's not. So we're focused on that younger generation, right? We're so hyper focused on on them, and so we're so focused that I think we forget that there are others there as well. So I don't know that it's necessarily trying to market volunteer opportunities to a specific generation. It's marketing those volunteer opportunities and having different motivation and understanding the benefits that cause will have that will grab people. Does that make sense? So I guess what I'm trying to say is instead of being so hyper-focused on trying to grab the younger generation, the young professionals, think about the causes that the Rotary Club has, or the Rotary has in general. Market the benefits of participating in that cause, the various benefits, and that's what people will grab onto and hold on to if they understand that cause and the benefits that come with it.
They'll be attracted to the
They'll be
cause.
attracted to that cause.
I want to say that it's also contextual to what your community is. So
Correct.
You've been talking about the homelessness of the Portland metro area extending even out to Sandy, but that's not necessarily something that the eastern region or the Columbia Gorge region at the eastern end are concerned with. And if you haven't seen or watched Bill Paulson's jam this past month, he talked about how the connection of listening is attractive to those in White Salmon because the development of those kids in the youth exchange program is so essential to what our community is and what we do, that's another way, another cause, another avenue to attract, because we're not out recruiting. The word is out of our vocabulary.
Yeah.
We're looking for ways to attract people with not only what we're doing, but we're listening to our community as to where the needs are that aren't necessarily yet being met.
Yep. Thank you, Rob. The other piece that I was looking for here is again, going back to the concept of trying to engage the young professional, the Rotaractor, or engaging women. So there's a 30%, at Rotary International wants 30% of women and 30% of women in leadership, right? But if you look at Rotaract has a high percentage of women in leadership roles, and they're not being intentional about it. So we can learn from what Rotaract is doing. So maybe we as Rotarians need to just be paying more attention to how they're attracting people into their clubs and their service opportunities. And then those are some things that we can model. So instead of them modeling us, we can model them. So I know that's not a direct answer to your question, but that's my best response.
So what is Rotaract doing to achieve that goal?
That's one of my goals, is to look and see what they're doing.
Well, it's interesting.
Out to their friends.
Yeah.
Interesting, one of the comments that he made during his presentation was they don't have women Rotaractors.
Yeah, they just have Rotaractors.
They have Rotaractors.
Yeah. It was just, it flipped a switch.
Yeah.
It just changes the way you think about things.
Renee, were you referring to Gordon McAnally?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, that was awesome.
He did to compliment Renee's thought. This is really about us. Think about this. It's like getting married. It's really about attracting.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what it is. Forget about targeting people. Forget about recruiting people. Be attractive. They'll want to join.
Yeah.
That's a different mindset.
Yep.
We're actually talking. There's a sidebar complimenting this. There's a book out by Simon Sinek called The Infinite Game. We sometimes are thinking about finite games, which is membership and TRF and things like that. Think about the infinite game, and you'll be thinking about how do we become so attractive that people want to join us. That's a mind shift.
Yeah. It's truly flipping the switch. He also said looking for leaders, not just members. You know, so more members equals more hands for service. So we're moving from selling Rotary to people buying Rotary. So again, that whole attractiveness thing, which our conversation here in a little bit about the 4 areas, our FIRE acronym will help play into this as well. So again, it's not a direct answer, Bill, but it's a thought change.
Along that same line, too, our newest members are seldom at the meetings, but almost always at the volunteer.
The project.
That's called
The projects, yeah.
Yep.
And, you know, and they be honest up front. We can't make all the meetings, but we'll be there when it's on.
Yeah. So one practical thing we can do as Rotarians is when new members come in, ask them, what motivates you? What are the causes that you like to support? So that as we do things as a club, we're mindful of that. We're being more intentional about involving them with that. So that's one shift.
Well, and that goes back to engagement and retention, because if somebody joins the Rotary Club with one thought in mind as far as what this is going to do, and Rotary doesn't provide that, that's why they leave in the first 1 or 2 years. This isn't meeting what I thought it was going to be. And so I've heard in different training we've had, you know, you hear clubs doing an exit interview for their club. Well, why did you leave? Why didn't? And the encouragement was to do entrance interviews. You know, ask why you're interested in serving. Is it going to be a good fit? If it's not, then you know, good to know you and walk away. But Nelson, you have something?
Technically, another thing that we do at recruits is we don't do attendance. We don't check. I mean, we check, right? Because we keep track. What's important to us is Rotary interactions. So we tell all of our members, do 2 Rotary interactions per month, because we only meet twice a month. We do Rotary interactions per month. It could be club meetings, it could be service, it could be service on your own, it could be going to another, it could be anything, right? As long as you're engaging in Rotary twice a month and let us know what it is, that's participation, right? And we've had so much success with retention from that perspective, rather than people feeling like I have to check the box, I have to, you know, make sure they know that I'm here, and all that kind of stuff. It's less onerous on the member, and it inspires them more to go do something.
Yep. And that's a great point, because there are people who would prefer to do it that way. There are people like me that like to have that perfect attendance piece, you know. So having ways to meet both needs. Great. Sorry, Cindy.
I was just gonna say, I have an example. One of my clubs in my region, they offer up a new member $250 to come up with a service project to start it. And then they will match that after they find out what the project is. So it engages that member straight out of the gate.
And the White Salmon Club has taken to heart a new member for everyone by having a new member inducted every month, a potential member named every month, and giving the new member permission to bring a family friend, a coworker, or a new member, friend, neighbor friend, to the next meeting after they're inducted.
Nice.
And the succession is, they're working on their sixth new member in 6 months.
That's great. That's great. You know, Tom, going back to your question about volunteers, what does your car show, like, that's your main fundraising, right? So who's the beneficiary, the major beneficiary of your fundraising? From your club?
Those are scholarships and half of those are the community projects.
I don't know if this would work for you, but the Tualatin Club this year shifted their major fundraising to a 5K that we probably had 40 volunteers from the high school kids that came and helped. They were along the route. It was done at Halloween as part of the regatta run. So they gave out candy to kids that were doing the run and tapping into them because their community benefits from why we're raising money. And so being it, and plus that helped it increase community engagement. It really helped us show what Rotary's doing and how Rotary's supporting the community to a community-wide event and really pulled the kids in. They were telling their parents, hey, I'm helping Rotary put on this 5K. And so it kind of snowballed into, you know, more exposure for Rotary, more just great publicity, but we had a great group of volunteers. And it was, you know, the kids in the various clubs, we had the cheerleaders, we had, you know, football kids, because they can benefit from the scholarship stuff.
That was
So,
actually, as we did for many years, we had 300 volunteers for the show, and they were from all areas of the community.
yeah.
And so it was a community coming together. And we hope we get back to that again.
Mhm.
But again, we try to forecast 8 months down the road.
Right.
What we're going to get.
Right.
That's what we're grappling with now. To get all these people to come back out.
Mhm.
But you're right, it's a beautiful thing to see all these people coming together. But then again, flexibility to your point. This year is, you know, we always made a lot of money for our exchange program on the State Speed, which was another great community event. Didn't have it this past summer because our campus was closed at the season we had it. So we just sold steaks.
Yeah.
We just bought them from the butcher and sold them, and we made the money from selling steaks. But it wasn't exactly a community engagement project, so at that point, it just wouldn't make money. So,
Right.
but it's so vital to do that. It's
Yeah.
great.
Okay, well, thank you,
Yeah,
Renee, for
my
bringing
pleasure.
that information to us, and thank you all for.
One short thing.
Uh-huh.
When we talk about younger members, what I'd suggest is you have your clubs look at their average age of their members. Because instead of focusing on younger members thinking the 30 to 40s, maybe the younger members are the 50s to the 60s in your club. It's a big jump if your average age in your club is 72 to think you're gonna be attractive to 40-year-olds.
That's a good point.
So
That's a really good point.
young, define
And
what it
diversity
means in
too,
your
by the
club.
way. But your
Yeah.
point, diversity is a
Yep.
huge thing
Yes.
as well. Because with young people, they want to see people in the club that look like them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't want to see a bunch of old people. I'm sorry to say that, but, you know, that's the case. They, yeah. So you get more younger members, like, in attracting younger members, and being attractive to people. It's important.
Okay, we are time for a break. Yep. We'll start about quarter.
Answer is 3:30.
Some people have schedules to make this afternoon. I mean, I could stay here all afternoon, so we'll take our time, but some people have places to be at about 3 o'clock, I understand, so.
What's happening?
What might that be, Janine?
You're not going home to change?
I'm in the parade, so I.
Better game than was played in Las Vegas?
Say that, please, please.
A better game than was played in Las Vegas?
Okay, so with that subject, good thing I'm wearing a mask. As a good beaver. Hey, we've talked about servant leadership, and so we're going to spend some time talking about that. What's that mean as an assistant governor? So I know the agenda just says this is me presenting, but it's actually Cindy and I doing this presentation. So we're going to watch a video that talks about servant leadership, and we'll talk about that in terms of how does that apply to each of us as assistant governors or as district leaders. So if I can get this to work on technology.
No, no.
What do I need for sound, Brandon?
Is there a checkbox on Zoom to turn it down?
Have to start over again. Okay, this is where our jars come in. I saw it.
Yeah.
I saw it on the.
Yeah, there you go. So go to where?
When you click over to share your screen, there's a checkbox.
Oh, there you go. It says it's microphone.
No, not microphone.
It says muted. Well, that's my.
I'm gonna stump you out. So at the very bottom, when you click share screen, there's a checkbox that says share screen. You gotta stop sharing when you do.
Okay.
Find it.
Share screen. Do I hit the share screen, Brandon?
Share screen, and then at the bottom, there's a checkbox that says share sound.
Bring the whole thing up.
Share sound on that.
Share sound. Right.
I see. Okay. You know, I'm always into lessons. It's the remembering the lessons that I struggle with. Thank you, Rob. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, how many people were in the group that up at Pets several years ago when I was district trainer and trying to arrange for the sound for that? Good, nobody knows. Good. It's a secret. Nothing happened, it went well.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Within 7 seconds of me walking on this stage, you made some assumptions about me. You can laugh. You did. And it's okay, we all make assumptions. It's human nature. It's not wrong. What is wrong, though, is when we don't take the time to check out our assumptions and we believe everything we think. That can be destructive. It can lead to mistrust, poor communication, and damaged relationships. Later, I'm going to share with you how you can dispel those assumptions with a concept here in the jar. But for now, allow me to be vulnerable and share a defining moment in my life, a story that taught me most about the assumptions I was making in leadership, about other people, the assumptions I was making, and myself. You see, the basketball had bounced for the very last time that season. The crowd dispersed, and the scoreboard read 56-32. It was the season-ending loss for the Lady Knights, and that was the first year, my very first year of coaching high school girls basketball. Now, I have to tell you, it was my childhood dream, my one and only childhood dream to coach girls basketball. And here I was at 26 with this amazing opportunity. It didn't feel so amazing. We had only won 3 games all season long. 3 games. And I was distraught. I was frustrated. So I thought, I'm going to call the one person in my life that I know is going to support me, the one person that's going to validate my frustration. I picked up the phone and I called my daddy. I said, Dad, I don't think I'm cut out for this. I don't think I can do it. The girls aren't listening. The offensive principles are not sticking. The defensive concepts, it's like they don't understand. And I don't think they like to compete. Who doesn't like to compete? Do you know we won 3 games all season long? 3 games. That's it, Dad. 1, 2, 3. 3. That's it. Do you know how long of a season it is to have only won 3 games? 3 games. 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 3 still silent? Now, you have to know one thing about my dad. He is a tough Italian man, very direct. And when he loves you hard. And when he yells, well, he yells loud. But when he's silent, ooh, when he is silent, when he is silent, you know you're going to get it. So let me get this straight, Allison. You only want to coach when you win? If you think you were put on this earth and in these young women's lives to just win basketball games, well, I didn't do my job as a parent. You see, my sweet daughter, you were placed in these young women's lives to teach them how to be confident. You were placed in these young women's lives to teach them to overcome adversity. You were placed in these young women's lives to show them what teamwork looks like and to show them how to set up goals and exceed their own expectations. And if you happen to win more than you lose, that's just icing on the cake, baby. I called for support. Didn't get that. I called for him to validate my venting and my frustration that it was pointed in the right direction. At the players, not me. Well, I didn't get that. Oh, no, I didn't get that at all. I got something much more. You see, that day, my dad gave me a gift. And it didn't feel like a gift at the time, certainly not. It didn't come with a package and a nice bow. It was a gift nonetheless. He gave me the gift of humility. You see, I was the problem. I was the issue. How I was measuring success in leading my girls was not serving them. It was serving me. That next year I went in and I said, hey, listen up. We are going to love, care, and respect one another. And if we don't win a game all season long, I don't care. You see, that next year I was intentional about making each team member feel like an essential piece, regardless of how many points or rebounds they had. That next year I was intentional about giving praise and acknowledgement and filling people up often, thanking them for their hard work. You see, that year I sought to understand by asking good questions versus always be understood. That next year, that second year of coaching, they went out and won a conference championship. 3 years later, we played in the state championship game. You see, my dad didn't know it at the time, but he was teaching me my first lesson in servant leadership. He was teaching me that in that very moment I had a choice. He helped inspire me to choose to create the next best version of myself. You see, that's what servant leaders do. They inspire you to create the next best version of yourself. Our parents, our coaches, our workforce, our family, our friends, our neighbors deserve a better brand of leadership. A Dale Carnegie study shows us that 75% of people leave an organization not because of the work that they do, it's because of their boss. A Gallup research shows us that 87% of workers worldwide, sort their job as more of a frustration than that of fulfillment. And 60% of our lives is spent working or preparing to work. We are craving a better brand of leadership. And it starts with you. And it starts with me. But it's not easy. No, it certainly is not easy. And we need each other's help. and support. So we need to be intentional about our practice. And these 7 concepts, it's quite amazing how a simple jar can change the way you serve and lead. They're just 7 concepts. They're common sense, but they are not commonly practiced. And I will tell you that these 7 concepts have changed the way I work, live, play, parent, and ultimately love. So let's start with the top of the jar, the cork. Sometimes as servant leaders, let's be honest, we just need to put a cork in it. We do, right? Come on. Sometimes we need to just stop and pause. You see, the pause is so powerful. When we pause, we can then respond to one another versus just react. When we pause, we can listen to what's not being said, leading to deeper trust with one another. The next concept is the puzzle piece. And I'm not talking about what you've normally heard, like the essential piece, like, oh, make sure everybody feels like an essential piece of the puzzle. That's hard to do. You can't make someone feel that way. But you know what servant leaders do? They provide the conditions in a workplace for people to come and be exactly who they were meant to be. Servant leaders believe that when they allow their people the permission to be exactly who they were meant to be, and they bring their warts, their wounds, their scars, they will also bring their creativity, their passion, and their beauty marks, resulting in a deeper level of confidence. The next one, praise and acknowledgement. So servant leaders understand that we all walk around with an invisible bucket. And based off of our interactions, we are either filling each other up or we are taking from one another. Servant leaders are intentional about filling people up, and they do it often. And they're specific and they're genuine with their praise. The CEO of Campbell's Soup wrote over 30,000 praise and acknowledgement letters to his team when he was serving as CEO. 30,000. And he was specific. He didn't just say, oh, thanks for your hard work. Thanks for your many years of service. Oh, no. It was specific. Like he knew the people. He said, hey, I am so appreciative. Your discipline and your positivity, those strengths that you possess, they really shine through in that project you just did. And I'm sure you spent some late nights at work and were away from your husband, Jeff, and your 2 beautiful daughters, Lily and Ava. Let them know I appreciate that and send them my best. True appreciation. The assumptions and the ladder, okay? So the ladder of assumption is a pretty broad concept, so I'm gonna do my best. This is the concept I shared with you at the beginning of the 7 seconds and the assumptions that we make and how to check those assumptions by flipping the coin and asking great questions. So here's the thing, we all have this pool of data, okay? It's our own experiences. It's how we were raised. It was education that we had, right? Maybe where we lived. All of those experiences really correspond with how I'm going to assume things of you, of myself, and everyone for that matter. So I'm gonna give you a quick snapshot of my pool of data to try to explain this concept to you a little bit better. So my given name is Allie Starr, or Allison Starr Cesnavar. Bart Starr, you have to know that. I'm a Packer fan, big time. Thank you, go Wisconsin. So I was raised in the Chicago area. My parents got divorced at 5. I was raised by my brother and my father. I loved sports growing up. In fact, loved them so much, I received a scholarship to play college basketball. I received my major was in radio, TV, film, a master's in educational leadership. I worked for the NBA, NBC, NCAA, and I went on to be a personal trainer, an elementary school principal, and now I work at a credit union. I have 2 beautiful babies. Vincent is 6, we call him Vinny, and PJ, Penelope Joanna, is 3. That is my quick snapshot pool of data. And what's happening is you are selecting meaning that's important to you. Okay, so you're selecting meaning. Maybe some of you selected the piece about my parents getting divorced. Maybe there's some sort of connection, so you're trying to fill in the blanks and make assumptions about that. Maybe you're selecting the piece about, oh gosh, that's interesting. Why did her dad and her brother raise her? Has her mother passed? Is she still around? And some of you are probably sitting there thinking, gosh, she's pretty short. I can't believe she played college basketball. Yeah, that one is. It's a true story. True story. And so as servant leaders, what happens is we fill these gaps in, and it's not wrong, people. It is not wrong. It's human nature. What's wrong is to believe everything we assume. That's why we need to flip the coin, seek to understand one another versus just be understood. Now, true story. My team member, Brooke, and I were on our way back from an organization doing this exact training. And we're driving back, and all of a sudden, someone cuts us off. Boom. I'm slammed on the brakes, cuts over 3 lanes of traffic, cuts 3 other people off, and gets on the highway. Well, my Italian heritage? Yeah, there was a lot of colorful expletives going, and you're making assumptions right now. What were those colorful expletives that were about to come out of my mouth? I know it. They were colorful. Ha. And so what happened is they got to about here, and then I remembered the ladder. And I looked at her and I said, I'm not going up the ladder, Brooke. I'm going to choose to assume that that person would have never put our lives in danger, or anybody else's for that matter, if it weren't for an emergency that they were going to. Took a deep breath, positive vibes, we continued on our way. That's the power of checking your assumptions, asking good questions to seek to understand. The goalpost. So good leaders give effective goalposts, effective communication to produce great results, okay? But servant leaders take it a whole step further. Servant leaders know the power of empowerment. They want you to be creative. They don't want you to do the job the way they want you to do the job because I said, right? They want your creativity, your unique talents, and they want to empower you to develop the project in your own creative way. That's empowerment. They understand how important that is. And last and final concept, great servant leaders are transparent, and they allow for a safe environment for others to be transparent with them. They don't get defensive, or if they do, they hide it really well. See, transparency is powerful. Servant leaders ask, how can I get better? How can I serve you better? They invite feedback in, and they're also not afraid to be confidently vulnerable. So there it is, the 7 concepts. Again, basic, right? They're common sense, but they're not commonly practiced. Bill Hybels, one of my favorite mentors, says, everyone wins when a leader gets better. Everyone wins when a leader gets better. And so you've got some decisions to make today. How are you going to live out these 7 concepts? Are you going to fill people up with specific and genuine praise? Are you going to be authentic and transparent with your communication? Are you going to ask great questions and seek to understand and then pause to hear the response? Or are you going to step back and say, Allie, I don't serve anybody in my organization. This isn't for me. I want you to step forward, and I'm going to challenge you to think about it like this. You, my friends, lead the most important person in this world, yourself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you.
So we thought that that was a tool that we can talk about and find out how each of us can work to develop servant leadership skills. And so we're going to talk about the 7 steps, the 7 process, and just kind of think about that. So you think about that in the role of being a district leader as an assistant governor. And so we're going to walk through thank you to Cindy for putting decorations on there. I know that Julie mentioned it. Oh, now I know what the jar's for. And I saw Renee looking at this. Whoa, what's in there? So just that visual reminder of the 7 steps, and we'll talk about that. And I appreciate your participation and feedback as far as what we can do to address each of those. And as I mentioned, when leaders get better, that's something that we're striving for. So that's what we're here today to talk about. So Cindy, you want to start with?
Sure, the top of the jar. Did everybody get all 7 of them? Because I can send them to you if you would like. Would you like that? Okay, I wondered about that. The top of the jar is the stop and pause, where you respond versus react. Does anybody have an example of where that's come in handy, or do you use that?
I do think her example on the freeway is a good example. We've all been there, right? Like,
So she's actually in that one, you're using more than one of the concepts.
That's just like stop for a minute. And then you could do something else.
Okay.
Well, I found personally that if I stop, of course, my nature is I'm going to stop and pause before I do anything normally in a setting, and think about it. But I usually have a better response if I stop and pause. If I stop and think about a situation more than just off the cuff respond type thing. But okay, let's think of the concept of as you're working with in your region groups, how can you see that being an effective tool for you as an assistant governor?
So one of the things about stopping and pausing is that, which sort of ties to one of the other ones, but is the idea that you need to listen to understand instead of listen to respond. And if you don't pause, you're listening to respond. And quite often, if you listen to understand and you take a moment to think about what they say and look about their other cues, their body language and other things, they're telling you more than what the words just said. And if you don't stop, you miss them. You don't pause.
Something else that to go along with that, if you stop and pause and you're listening, instead of coming up with an answer, you're allowing yourself to use a coaching technique which will allow them to respond to their own question or their own situation. They are their best solution. So in other words, instead of coming out with, okay, you should do this, or I could suggest you do this, you're giving them, maybe ask a question back and allow them to come up with their own truth.
In my business life, I have used the question, if someone comes to me with a question, I have said to them, well, what would you do if you did know? Well, I don't know how to handle this. Well, what would you do if you did know how to handle that? And at first, people will be frustrated with that answer, but then it's like they have the answer. They have the thought. They just need someone to pull it out of them. And so what would you do if you did know? Oh, well, I guess I haven't really thought about it. And then it kind of makes them go a little deeper. So, but that's a pause technique too. So,
one of my favorite phrases I learned as a young man was engage brain before putting mouth in gear. And it was actually on the wall of my PE teacher's office in the junior high in Eugene, Oregon in 1972. So it's just, I still remember that. And it's the same thing, because if you react and speak first, you're not using your brain probably, right? Most of us have pretty strong brains, and sometimes I do. And it really is true, it works. And it's the same thing. A lot of times in my business world, someone lays a problem on me, the first thing I usually say is right. Okay, it gives me, rather than just a pause word, right, or okay, or let me think about that before responding. So it's a tried and true.
But sometimes the reaction is emotional.
Yes, right, or anger.
Yeah,
or you react with anger or some position of emotion.
I like how she embodied in the story of her phone call with her father, the pause and stop, because her father stopped and paused. And he, in pausing, could also then, what is my daughter thinking and feeling, so that it's not just a cognitive, this is what you need to do, girl. It's wow, where is she in this whole process? It allows us to use empathy in our reply, in our context, and in our contacts.
And what else did that pause do when she was talking to her dad?
Well, she was thinking, and he was thinking. So the dead space, as it's sometimes called, allows both parties to assess themselves. That's what I think.
Yeah, and I see it as also she was starting to focus on what is he going to say now. I mean, she was really focused on, I mean, the silence got her attention that, well, this is serious.
Based on her assumption of how her father responds.
Heightened her attention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sometimes a pause is very an uncomfortable thing to have in a meeting. You want always be discussion, but gives that time when there is the pause. It's like we did earlier. Okay, what do you think? And we paused, and eventually when they shared something. I mean, something will.
So I was the least comfortable with the silence.
So
It is a negotiation technique, let's face it.
Renee just made uncomfortable with that pause, right? That's a trick that journalists play. So that pause is a tactic as well. So journalists play it all the time, and as a former journalist myself, I've done it a million times, but also as a public relations consultant, I've trained people figure out what you're going to say during that pause, because they're waiting for you to say something that you're not planning to say.
Journalists want you to fill dead air.
Absolutely. Yeah.
They want you to be uncomfortable. And it was often said that Paul Harvey, when he was in his prime, said more in a pause than he could say in leading up to or coming out of it.
You know, the rest of
But his pause was so that instantly you're drawing your own word pictures in your mind to see, and then to find out where he's going to go with it next.
Good.
The puzzle piece, that's where you value the individuality and let people be who they are. How many times have you been in a group of people where you've seen somebody and you kind of question, you just question. You need to allow them to be who they are, not fit the mold of whatever we think they should be.
But I think also shining your own light gives permission to others for those to shine.
Good point.
So owning who you are, feeling comfortable in your own skin, being confident in your own abilities and what you do can give permission for others to be the same, especially if you're not necessarily conforming with what is, sort of the group norm, I think.
Any other thoughts?
No, but this is a really good pause.
Well said.
Okay, the goalpost, I want to apologize for them inside the jar. First of all, the one that I ordered didn't come in. That's not that great. But there's really more power in empowering others. Some examples of that?
So we had the unfortunate situation in our club this year that our president resigned 3 months in, and we didn't have I, as a past president of our club, I suggested to the board that we go to the succeeding level of Rotary, and find out what's the district do in terms of replacing a district governor. So we adopted that same policy. And I'm getting to the point of the question here, but I have to give the background first to get it there. So we went to past presidents, right? So immediate past president, Kelly said, no, I can't take it on. I have too much going on in my life. Then we went to Scott Brantley, and Scott said, nope, I've got too much going on in my life. I can't do it. So then it comes to me. So I'm an assistant governor, and now I'm club president, right? The reason I wanted to give that background is because when I came in, the very first thing that I did was reach out to all of my directors one-on-one, all of my board members, and say, I need to learn more about where you are, what's been happening in this last 3 months as a board, you know, what's going on. And empowering them, putting them in a place where they're comfortable to use their unique talents and to go forward from there. Wanted them to know I'm not the same type of leader that my predecessor was. I'm not the same type of leader that his predecessor was. And that's not criticism to anyone else, but I want them to know that they have a unique role on this board and just communicate with them in that regard and be transparent. So
were you asking them for also the help so that you could learn how to get along with your AG?
yes, absolutely.
That guy.
In fact, I empowered my club secretary to be the contact with my my club secretary is my wife.
Was she an AG at the time as well?
She's still an AG, yes, until June.
Nelson, I had a similar story. When I transferred from Seaside to White Salmon, they had succession planning by default. And since I was the new kid in the club and I no longer had employment but was retired, I was elected president and had not gone to PETS training, but I would be going to PETS training. I said, I do not know the community. I hardly know any of you except for the neighbor across the street who's Bill Paulson and now a Rotary Youth Exchange Committee person. So he had some connection in the club, but I need your help if I'm going to take on this role. And we formed a P team based on district leadership. And the P team is 5 past club presidents who are an advisory group to the current club president. And that culture has sustained itself now so that there is an advisory group to the club president because the president cannot be all the eyes and the ears to the entire club at any one time. And that enabled me to get through and hand off the baton of leadership to the next president.
We do that too.
So we're on the praise and acknowledgement piece. Is that where we are in our steps?
We're on the goal.
Empowerment.
Oh, that's separate. Okay.
Empowerment.
Oh,
So I was
had that at the end.
empowering, excuse me, I was empowering past club presidents who had a culture of just sitting back and letting things happen. Now that they were engaged and involved in visioning, goal setting, and being the champion of all that.
To your, it was shared towards the end of her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To your credit.
We're being creative and going different.
Jumping around, keeping you on your toes.
So, we talked about empowerment and allowing your people to be
Because I only had 6.
their own person, because you've got 5 or 6 presidents in your region. Are they all the same? They're not, are they? And you want them to be different, I think. You want them to be creative and be themselves. So that's kind of that empowerment. And empowerment means you're giving them that ability and expecting them to operate according to what they want to do with their creativity. We're not telling them how to do things. Does that make sense? I mean, we're empowering them to make those decisions. So, I know Jim and I have had discussion about empowering different committee chairs. What does that mean? It means one thing to us, but it means something different to them. Are we consistent?
The ladder and the penny, they sort of go hand in hand, because with the ladder, don't go up that ladder of assumptions.
And instead, and in penny part of it, seek to understand.
Like, I really liked her example of the freeway driving, because that happens to me just about every time I get on I-5. But try to seek to understand that other person. That can happen in our Rotary lives as well, with our presidents.
What were your thoughts when she talked about she gave her story? You know, the fact that she was, you know, her parents were divorced, she was raised by her father and her brother, she was a basketball player. What thoughts, what assumptions did you see yourself making as she told that story?
I found myself questioning whether or not she was actually there. She was wearing high heels, and on the video, you can't tell. if she
Right,
was.
right.
So my immediate assumption was that she was tall, because she was basketball. But then I thought about that, and I played basketball in high school. As a freshman, I was 4'11", and I was a forward. I was a very small forward, and you know, it's just, I was like, oh, it doesn't matter for sure.
Isn't it funny
How our experiences shape what our assumptions
Yes.
are.
Totally.
Having played basketball, that didn't even enter into my thought process. What did though was interesting why the father and son were raising her, because I can't even fathom that. I've been actually surrounded by women in my life. You know, I have no brothers, sisters, no uncles, aunts, grandmothers, no grandfathers, right? So I'm wondering why women weren't in it, but that's all because of where we come from.
You're right, Jim. I felt sad because I thought, here's a little girl growing up without a mother. We don't even know if that was the case, but
Right.
that's what was my assumption.
And I keyed into the fact that she had a father, and I'm like, I didn't grow up with a father, and so it's like, you know, I'm thinking, oh, and daddy, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah.
I had a reflection of your story about implicit bias, about she painted this picture for what, 15 seconds, and of course I filled in all the, you know, this, that, which in my work life is what I do, right? I mean, it's, but it's kind of helpful to realize you got to stop and start trying to fill in the blanks, or make sure you're not just jumping to some sort of weird conclusion based on your perception, because it is all colored by who you are.
You know, along those lines, there's something that we may learn, and it's not that it's, I don't want to give it a bad connotation. There's nothing wrong with judgments. It's okay to make them. Put them on the shelf, though. Come back and visit them and just be present. That's difficult for some people that might be judgmental. So if you're aware of, you go assumptions, you judge. It's okay to judge, just put them on the shelf and temporarily suspend them. Not always easy.
I think when she pointed out, it's okay to fill in those blanks. It's okay to sort of create a narrative in your mind of who someone is, or what they're talking about, or what they're trying to say. But the second part of that is that seek first to understand. That's the validation that you just said. That's the, what do you mean by that? How did that feel as a kid, just growing up with a dad? Was your mom not around? I mean, asking those going deeper questions, because most of us, I think, in conversations as we meet people and as we get to know people, we're really on that upper surface. It's really rare to have a conversation with someone that goes deep, that really gets to who you are as a person, or what your passions are, or whatever. It's really rare to have someone in your life who asks those kinds of questions. And I think that is very acknowledging of other people, to be able to go a little deeper with what's that next question? What would you ask as a follow-up question to what someone has said? You know, so I don't know. I just think that seek first to understand piece is that next set of questions. It's that taking it down a little deeper and going. Not everyone's comfortable with being asked those, but you know, that's where when you fill in, you have to understand. Okay, are they going to be comfortable with me asking that next question? But you know, some people just be like, yeah, it's just, you know, they'll answer superficially, and then you'll know. But
more donuts.
Only Roch. Only Roch.
There's a transferable skill here that we haven't talked about, and that is the 7 seconds that she counted at the beginning, at the end. In my leadership development training, I have learned that people do, we do, all people do, make assumptions within the first 7 seconds of walking into a room, coming up to a person to meet them. Think about that as we attract new members. Think about that as we as AGs walk into a club meeting. Think about that 7 seconds, because some people make up their mind within 7 seconds whether they're gonna ever come back or not.
That's a good point.
A really good point. Okay, well, the next one is my favorite. It's the bucket. Praise and acknowledgement, filling someone up versus taking anything away. And with her example of the Campbell Soup guy, I mean, that's 30,000 employees, notes go out and they were specific. So how can we do that with our presidents?
Well, I am a big believer in the power of a personal note. If you picture yourself picking up your mail, and in your mail is something that looks like a check, your bills, information, but there's a little envelope and it's hand addressed and it has a stamp on it that isn't just a, coiled flag, and it's got a handwritten return address from someone you know. I defy you not to open that first, because it's going to be open first. And it is such a powerful message to just send something like that to someone and say, kudos, great job. I enjoyed spending time with you, whatever. And it doesn't have to be neat handwriting. It could just be, I was just thinking of you. That's it. Just that alone can have such an impact on people's lives. And I write a lot of notes, and I think that's a big thing. I love getting them. I love receiving them. And when I get them, they're all over my shelves in my office.
In Russell Hampton, if you're at Pets, you can pick up some nice note cards that are rotary note cards.
We this year, Suzanne and I, both as AGs, we decided as we're doing our Christmas cards, that we're gonna send Christmas cards to each of our club presidents and PEs too, for that same perspective.
Yeah.
Great idea.
I'm not a note writer, so as I'm looking at this, first, that praise and acknowledgement piece really made an impact on me. I thought it can be incredibly powerful. And just recently, I've had a chance to go to a couple of different clubs that are coming out of the kind of the post-COVID hangover, and there was a sense of vitality there. And so I was able to share that with their presidents. And I was thinking back, it wasn't that long ago that I was a president, and you can be so kind of bunkered mentality that you feel like you're alone, you're facing the old guard challenges, you're facing all these little things, and every problem comes to you. It's got to be helpful for your AG to come in and say, hey, you're doing a great job. You need to keep, and be specific about that. The piece I'm having trouble applying here with this model of servant leadership, how do you deal with someone who's not performing well? I mean, I think about my work history. How do you identify and help and support someone who's either their club director or a president or whatever, who's just not making it happen for whatever reason? They may have other things going on in their lives. In this kind of environment, how do we do that?
I kind of had experience with Malala, but go ahead, Janine, you'd be great to.
I would probably I probably would take that person aside, maybe take them to lunch and just not talk about Rotary.
I know, I just realized, I didn't realize that was a problem.
I would take them to lunch and not talk about Rotary. I would talk about them. Tell me everything that's going on in your life right now. How's things going at home? How's work? Tell me about your parents. Get to know them at that level, because they'll tell you unknowingly what the problem is. And then you could ask very softly, are you finding some of those same trials with running the club? And they may say, yeah, I am. And then you can come in and say, how can I make you successful? What can I do to help you? They'll tell you what you need. That's my experience. But that's just one experience. There's a lot of wisdom at the table.
There's two AGs here that are here because there was individuals. So careful about how we tag underperforming, because
there was two individuals that I called with Janine's, having discussed with her. And to her point, we talked about what is going on in your life. Those are the two things. Nobody gets up in the morning and says, I'm gonna screw up or really put a wrench into this, right? They don't. I mean,
Well, there are a few, but they're not.
They're not in this
They're
room.
not here.
That's right. So something's going on in their life, right? So we had a conversation. One guy was starting a second business. He's got a significant relationship in Bend. He was moved. It's like,
It's bringing them in. It's letting them know with whatever love language or affirmational language is appropriate to the relationship, that they are valued as a human being. And what they're doing is absolutely 100% meaningful to the world. And what they've done up to this point is absolutely fantastic. Nobody could have done it without you. Thank you. How can I make you successful from this point forward? As your assistant governor, what can I do to make you successful from this point forward? And I think people will tell you, I need help in, and they'll fill in the blank. And it may be that it doesn't turn around because a lot of stuff doesn't move on a dime. A lot of it's like the Titanic. It takes a long time to bring the ship about. But walking with them so they're not alone, affirming them so that they know that they're doing the right thing, reassuring them you cannot break your club, you cannot break the district. I'm telling myself that every day. You cannot break the district, you can't break Rotary, because nobody wants you to fail. Everybody wants you to succeed. And that's what we're here to do. I mean, you're gonna find your own words with that, but that's just how I play.
So what Janine is describing, in my opinion, is I look at this and is while there may not have been assumptions about the situation, you're really trying to flip that coin anyway, and you're asking questions to seek to understand what was going on in their life, what's going on in their life, and so you can then approach that and identify what is their situation. That's how I see it go.
Did you say you were a DA? So when you have a witness on the stand and you're trying to get to the bottom of whatever is going on, you frame questions, right? It's just, typically you're asking questions to.
I'm trying to get out of them what I want out of them.
Right. Okay.
That's called framing the
So show
the answer before you ask the question.
It's a different, it's not, I'm not in my DA life,
Mhm.
I'm not seeking to understand.
No.
I'm trying to.
Right.
I'm trying, everything I do is about winning that case.
Right.
Within parameters. I mean, I wear the white hat, so I don't get to go out there and like a
Right.
defense attorney does.
Yeah.
But, I get all that.
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, half of my life is being a DA, the other half is being a community prosecutor, and they're two very different worlds. One's adversarial, The other one's a whole different kind of gig. And so sometimes I have hard time making my head spin in that right direction on the given day that I'm in. And I get what you're saying. You have, and I think what's helping me is don't just stop with your assumptions, understand them, and then try to find out what's going on.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. But people take on the presidency for different reasons. In
Yep.
my personal experience, sometimes they want the recognition. I was a Rotary president. This is cool. And then they get into it, and it's a whole different gig than what they thought it was going to be, and they feel alone.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
Yeah. You got it.
Understanding.
I'd like to throw out one thing though, because this is something that, and I'll be transparent here, that I felt as I first became an AG. You know, I started, I think, sort of quasi midterm for somebody. I didn't get a training, I didn't get any of that. And when I met with Jim and Steve in the interview process, you guys asked me sort of like what would be my approach. And it was really me talking about meeting people where they are, trying to understand where are you to go with where your club is or what you're doing. How can I help you achieve your goal to get there? And as I first joined as an AG, I felt very much like, and again, transparency, and I'm not calling anybody out, but I felt very much like dictated to about you will attend this and you will go to this meeting and you will do these things. And I was like, oh my God, like seriously, I'm never trying for governor. Heck, this is crazy. And I think I really admire all of you guys' fortitude for doing stuff like this. Oh my goodness. And I'm kind of that person who kind of pushes back a little bit against rules and, don't tell me what to do. I've been self-employed for a really long time. I don't have a JOB like most people do. And to me, that mentality of everyone I'm talking to in this organization is a volunteer. They have another life out there doing other things. It's not up to me to define their success. It's up to them to define what is success and how can I meet them where they are in trying to achieve that, and how can I be instrumental in some way to help them get there to that next step. That's what I see the job as. I don't see the job as you will do these things. This is what you have to achieve. This is what you have to make happen. It's like, okay, we have some guidelines maybe around that, but I want to see, what do you want to achieve with your club? Where do you want to take it? What do you want to do? And how can I help you get there? It's not for me to define what that success looks like. So I don't know. Maybe it's a different perspective.
It's a great perspective.
And I think you actually took us into the jar of transparency.
Yeah.
You did, allow a safe environment.
As an AG, it was more that it felt more like and Gary was one of the club presidents. It's like, it felt like we had to go back to the presidents and tell them these things before we could really get what the president needed. And it didn't feel good as an AG. So the direction that we're going and really being servant leadership feels a lot better.
I like
and
these
a lot
kind of conversations.
empowering.
Yeah.
It feels more real. And so when you come up into the levels of district governor nominee and elect and designate and all that, hopefully we can flip the switch on the other side so that more people want it. Rotary International. I mean, that's my desire, is to see a switch there so that more people can and want to be a part of it and not wait until we're,
90.
Yeah.
There's an interesting piece that's in terms of, yes, we want to meet them where they are and all of it, but using transparency. There are also some things that RI and the district need so that we can continue to be of service to them. So there are some things that we hope that they will be able to do. For example, reporting on your projects so that we can make the case to other funders or other organizations of this is what Rotary does. But if we don't have the data, we only have a narrative. And we need that data piece there. So that's really important. So yes, we want to meet, but so where I see it as being transparent. So let's talk about, kind of, we talk about you and your role. Also, me as an AG, these are some of the things that I'm looking to be able to accomplish. If we're successful accomplishing that,
here's how I can benefit you and your club. And I'm thinking in the context mostly of supporting TRF. And as well, if they know the value of that and how it comes back to help them, I think we have to be there too. So we meet them where they are, but they need to know where you are too, as it sits in the whole process.
So to build upon what you're saying, Gary, oftentimes I'm hearing presidents here that reporting goals and service projects in RCC, Rotary Club Central, for those of you who aren't into the alphabet soup, is a hammer. But what if we make it a communication tool? And I'm just thinking out loud, rather than having them feel obligated, to make it a tool of communicating. So again, we as AGs can be supported. Rather, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Well, from remembering my president's experience, when RAG would tell me, well, I need these kind of things from you for TRF and all that, I saw there's absolutely no help to my club. In fact, I saw it as a burden. You know, when I was trying to be polite about the district grant situation, I'd had personal experiences where the bureaucracy of that was such a challenge. I just said, we're not doing this anymore. Now, part of that's, even though I'm DA, I don't like to follow rules, and so it's problematic, probably. And so I love the idea of this servant leadership model. I think it's important. I think it's very helpful. I'm not sure the rest of the system has yet caught up with that. But I like where we're headed with this. I'm very supportive of that. It's just that I'm remembering those. My year as president was something that kind of seared in my brain in many ways, and that was one of the things that I still carry some frustration about.
It's a you know, this may sound crazy. You know, 5% of human beings are internally motivated. The psychologists will tell you that most people like to be told what to do. And that blows me away, right? So we have to be careful. If we're servant leadership, you'd be, and this is from personal experience, you'd be surprised how many people will acquiesce to what they want, what they think they want you to do, because you either hold a position as an AGO relative to club president or district governor relative to chairs. We have to break down that hierarchy somehow so that we become all peers and so that everybody feels that way. But that's going to be that's a long game, Paul, right?
Right.
We just gotta to Renee said, just chip it away, because you're not gonna eat the elephant in one bite.
This is a really tiny elephant.
I think one of the quotes that I made note of at the end there was, everybody wins when the leader gets better. Sure.
I like that too.
Yeah.
I think that was one of hers. And then, did you write down the second one? I did, if you didn't.
Which one?
You lead the most important person in yourself.
Yep.
How often can we use that?
If you're truly interested, Robert Greenleaf was the individual that wrote and started this servant leadership. If you've read anything on it, go ahead and take a look at it, because it might be a good foundation.
Okay.
I found it to be helpful.
You can, and if you just search on YouTube, title servant leadership, there's a lot. I mean, Simon Sinek has lots of, there's a lot of really good videos. And we just chose this one, I thought, with the 7 steps, so it allows us to talk about things in AG, and I appreciate everybody's contribution. You know, that's our goal, is to have these discussions, and I appreciate everybody's contribution, thoughts, and sharing, because that's what makes these. You're not here to listen to me talk, I hope. At least I'm here to listen to you talk, okay? And to hear ideas and thoughts and ideas and what's happening. So I really, really appreciate your participation and contributions here. So we're going to go on to the next section so we can get to lunch.
Transparency.
Well, the ladder and the penny are kind of 2 of 1.
Yeah, I'll send these to you and let you choose so you have them.
There are actually 7, but there's 6 steps because you talked about them together.
No, Nelson, I was.
Coffee jar, puzzle piece, the bucket, the ladder, the coin, the goalpost.
Yeah, the jar.
So one of the tasks that's asked of a person that's selected to become a district governor is you want to find a person to be your assistant, somebody to help you. And I gotta tell you that the best decision was my first decision. And that was when I asked Cindy to be my administrative assistant governor. The best answer I heard was when she said, yes. She thought about it. She thought about it.
Yeah, the pause, that's right.
So she's gonna kind of go through a toolkit, and most of what we realize are, with exception of Bill, are active AGs right now. So this will be a review for you, but your experiences will actually be helpful to Bill and to others as well. Video of this training with those other new AGs that weren't able to make it today, and so your thoughts and ideas are very helpful. Cindy?
Yeah, the toolkit, I put it, if you look in the blue packet, first I want to give you a disclaimer that a lot of this was not newly printed. It was in the office. That was put together last year, I believe, by Janine. So I don't want you to think I killed a ton of trees to put it in here, but it's good reference material. It goes through the job description as a servant leader. And I want you to know that I am a servant leader to you. So whatever you need, I'm here for you. In the words of Janine, what can I do to help you be successful? That's what I'm here for. You're the connection between clubs and the district, and it's an important job. So the relationship you make with your clubs really makes our Rotary stronger. If you go through, you'll see that I included a AG preparation timeline. That's a suggested timeline. It's helpful. The expense report is in there. I'm going to send all of this to you electronically. But just to go over what is included or should be included on your expenses. And first of all, any expenses that are over 45 days will not be reimbursed. It's important to get those in ASAP, just as soon as you expend it. Mileage, for those that are in person, it's based on the IRS rate for mileage. I think it's someone can help me here, but I think it's 0.57.
56 cents.
56. Any training events, pets, the One Rotary Conference, you have your travel over there and you'll be staying. I assume that, I don't have the budget yet. Steve hasn't completed it. But when that's done, I will give you the amounts that are allocated for the expenses. And I'm assuming that's January?
The budget will be approved in May, but yeah, we'll be working on presenting it to the Finance Committee in February.
Okay, so February. Your initial expenses for supplies, for PEs, one of the best suggestions I had when I went to PETS was from another AG to purchase your portfolios for your president-elects. Give it to them in advance. You have to order them through Russell Hampton. I would do that now, and then they will bring them to PETS and you can pick them up. You put your business card inside that portfolio and give it to them as a gift, and I've done it every year, and it's been very successful. The presidents appreciate that.
Are you talking about the theme portfolio?
Yes.
Okay, which will be announced in January.
I just want to,
Oh,
as
so
a pro tip, Russell Hampton never brings enough for the 500 people that show up. So if you go to thinking you're going to buy them on site, you'll probably buy them out, or you're already going to be aced out. I would go ahead and buy them in advance and haul them up to PETS on your own if it was me.
Okay,
I'd have them drop shipped to your house and then take them with you.
Okay, they had them up there for me, but that's probably a better
That's
pro
another
tip.
option.
But you can order it now, even though we don't have the theme. They will take your order.
Well, like this is the theme that I got when I think this was Be the Inspiration.
That was on your as president.
So this is one kind. You can get the kind that just have, they're black and they just have the Rotary and logo. But it makes a difference. I'm sorry, Cindy, may I continue?
No, you're fine, you're fine.
This was a tip that I got from Joe Crenshaw when she got into the G line and I took over as AG. She said, buy these portfolios and give them to your president-elects up at PETS. so that they can be successful for that year. You're starting them off on the right foot. And the thing I found that very first year, Terry will remember, is that they would go into class with their portfolio, and they were the only ones who had portfolios that already had Rotary gear, emblazoned on it. And other PEs were like, well, where'd you get that? Well, my AG bought it. Well, my AG didn't do shit. Oh, well, maybe you have a bad AG. So, there you go.
So anywho.
So could you email a page with the portfolio on, because I'm not, in my
I
mind,
will.
getting clear as to what's in the portfolio.
The portfolio is just a thing like this.
Like a binder.
Just a binder, yeah.
Okay.
And it's really helpful as a
Okay.
PE.
So
But
Janine,
make sure you put your business card in there, because that's really helpful also.
Yeah, so they know how to get a hold of you.
Janine, so the piece about the other AGs not doing shit, where's that on the assumptions ladder?
Oh. I'm just, as Nelson would point out, I'm just reporting the news. Yeah, I'm just reporting the news.
So one last point is you're entitled to get a Zoom account from the district, so you also can expense that out. Because I know some clubs still are not meeting in person, or they have hybrid meetings. So the Zoom account can be on that expense sheet as well. And again, I'll email all this electronically. Didn't kill any trees, this was already there, but it's good reference material for the foundation, the Rotary Basics. Any questions about any of this?
I have another suggestion, another pro tip that I mentioned last Thursday night at your president's meeting. If you haven't talked to your PEs now, have them order their president cards, because when they go to pets, they're gonna wanna hand them out to the other PEs and start building their network. So have them get their business cards now so that they're ready for pets.
I didn't even have
Does the
business cards.
district provide a source for them to have cards designed? I know everybody just does it on their own, but do we have an
I
in-house?
thought Liz ordered those for us.
Yeah, Liz will order for you.
I don't know if that's passed around readily.
You're probably correct.
So,
But that's just for AGs, right?
Liz?
Correct.
Well, you should be able to, I think these came from Russell Hampton, didn't they?
I got mine through Liz.
I don't know, ask Liz.
Liz ordered through Creative Solutions in St.
Renee Campbell.
All right, there you go.
But just for clarity, that's just for AGs, right? Liz, ordering the cards? Or is it for club presidents too? Because I've never been told that club presidents can get cards from the district.
What have you been told, Janine?
That club presidents were on their own, that
Yeah.
only the AGs
Yeah.
could get them through the office.
That's why I wanted to offer there.
If you don't have, well, as
As
a
a
president,
president, I didn't have cards.
I know, but
Yeah, I
years ago,
I'm
but-
just saying,
Not
it
everybody
makes,
does.
not everybody does, but it makes a big difference.
If they don't have their Rotary card, they can take a business card
Yeah.
with the
Right.
contact information. That's where it's really
Need to
helpful.
get their own cards
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
So they
Yeah.
have them for pets.
Right.
But Liz could be a resource
Sure.
through the district to go through Renee Campbell. I mean, she doesn't necessarily have to put the order in, but it
Right.
could be that.
He calls Liz, she'll help them, correct?
Correct.
The
And
template and everything.
Probably the more she gets all at once, it's easier on her too.
Right.
Exactly, yeah.
He's knowing it through.
So does everybody have their tools? Does everybody here have business cards and they have the vests and Bill,
Well,
you
yours
got
is
a
coming,
vest?
Bill.
Mine are coming.
And name card or
I
name
just
tag?
forget
Yeah,
all the
all
time.
that's coming.
Okay.
I have those. I do those.
I look forward to working with all of you starting in the new year of Rotary, July 1.
But you're not working with us until then,
And I am
So
working
she
right
starts-
alongside you.
She doesn't get paid until July.
Ah.
So volunteer until then.
And I thought I got to retire too, but our son asked me to go to work for him, to help him out, so. I might not be retiring in September. So that's all I have, Steve.
Okay, then we're at lunch.
Yay.
Okay.
We'll be back at 12:30 or 30.
12:30.
You know,
No, this is out.
Steve and Cindy bring up a good point. It might So Steve's, in the year 22-23, Steve is preparing, and Cindy, for training and bringing AGs and president-elects along. We're trying to figure, meaning today, Denise and I are trying to figure out how to close the year strong. But we got to work together because there's been in the past some challenges, and we've got to be transparent. So honestly, I copy Steve. If I'm going to talk to somebody, that person, I ask them to talk to Steve. I want us to be able to communicate between Cindy and Janine, or me and Steve and I, so that it's okay with everybody. Otherwise, it's fire hydrants and nobody wins. So, you know, you and Dennis seem to be working well together. That doesn't always happen, right? So we just got to make sure that we're transitioning, because that helps clubs as well. I thought it was worthwhile
Amen.
commenting.
I think that's great.
Yes.
Steve, you need help?
Huh? They can use as part of their AG allowance.
That's great. Oh, it's like July or August.
Because you guys have Wilsonville. So it's.
No, 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 it was so cold. Oh, the water was high, yeah, yeah.
So that's the logo.
Okay, everybody back? Okay, thanks, everybody's back. Loris is back. Hi, Loris. And the rest, so there are still more cookies and a couple more sandwiches, chips, and donuts. So once we're done with donuts, then everybody gets to go home. They're donuts.
They're the best. He's taking them to his pickleball.
Oh, okay. Well, if you've already, there are no donuts left over. Okay, so we'll take the leftovers. Okay. More information that we think will be very helpful to you in the role of the governor. But the first thing I talked with Cindy, one of the things we talked about ordering portfolios presidents. Again, you will have, well, a budget. You have a budget as an AG, so that can be expensed as part of your budget if you want to choose that. We have ordered, in addition, for each of you as AGs for the 22-23 year, a new bag. I'm not sure what they call them, portfolio bags. But anyway. Something like this, only it's going to have the new theme on it. Okay. So it'll have. Yeah. You know, Jim, we are needing an AG for Eastern Region. It's a short drive. You do get a Zoom account.
In a bag.
For the AGs that are taking over for an AG that is like for Jim, now you'll be part of his order of those portfolios.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah. So you better make sure.
You'll spend big, I'm sure.
So this afternoon, we are going to talk about something, again, we think is very important to you as AGs to have information about and understand, and that is the District 100 action. Rotary International has put in a lot of work and development of a strategic plan. We as the governor team have met and talked about the action plan for our district for the next 3 years. And so we, the four of us, are going to present that to you. This is an unrehearsed. I got a question already. Okay. Questions will be taken later, and they'll be directed to the district governor.
Perfect.
But anyway, so we're going to share this information with you, and we encourage your response to your questions as we get done. So, Jim.
Yeah, we thought it would be a good idea to share a little context before we get into the discussion. Last year, we figured, hey, if we're going virtual with President-elect training, let's just change it all up. One of the ideas behind that was,
I don't know, I think.
It's your microphone, clip it on so they can hear you.
is that better?
No, clip it on.
Clip.
That's not
gonna happen.
It's not what you think.
So, continuing, we basically were taking a look at last year, what do we need to do to really help presidents-elect become? Because we've talked about this. A lot of them are like, holy crap, I'm going to have the torch, and all I want to do is pass it on, right? So how do we get that feeling gone and not overwhelm them? And the concept that, hey, you've got membership shares, you've got TRF, you've got public image shares. Those are the individuals that will take care of those things in your club. Your job as club president is to inspire and to motivate and bring out the passions in people. So we felt that we didn't need to concentrate we've kind of taken a look at changing how we're going forward. And Renee, think that she was able to put it on, I don't know about you, but instead of having 8 pages, we're able to put it conceptually into 1 page. So that's kind of where we're starting with. I guess the idea is, let's focus on how to help clubs, because this is not a dictate for us to down the clubs. This is for us as a district leadership team to help clubs be successful or achieve what they want. Having stated that, we'll go through flexibility, impact, reach, and engagement, each of us. I guess, Janine, you take the first one, flexibility.
Well, FIRE itself, which is the acronym here, flexibility, impact, reach, and engagement, is something you're going to hear forever until it becomes almost muscle memory. And flexibility is actually thinking a lot more about being outside the box, because it's important for the clubs to do the paradigm shift. If there is a lemonade to COVID, it's the lemonade is the fact that we cannot any longer do what we have done for the last 100+ years. We have got to switch and change. So that flexibility is not only something that we are being asked to do, it is a hallmark of leadership. You know, every day we are faced with some sort of triage moment in which what we planned on isn't what we're having to deal with. So we must have that ability to be flexible and translate that into the leadership for the clubs. Some areas that we think of when we talk about flexibility is thinking about new pathways into Rotary, whether that's through passport clubs, satellite clubs, a cause-based club. This is a cause-based club would be a club where their primary interests are maybe one of the 7 areas of focus. Maybe they're all about climate change and being good earth stewards. So they want to, you know, and they found 8, 9 people that think in the way they think, and they want within Rotary. This is going to be applauded. There are going to be some pushback for AGs who think that have clubs that say, you know, if we do satellite or if we let that happen, then we're diluting our own. And it's not about diluting the existing club. It's about augmenting what that club is doing. You need to think about it as an add-on, not a minus from. Other areas of flexibility is the cost. For years now, we've all heard about the cost of Rotary is expensive. So we all individually, as clubs and as a district, need to look at that and try to find new ways to allow people to come in. In this Rotary year of 2021, new members into Rotary clubs pay no district dues. Now, whether that will continue in other Rotary years is still to be determined, but the bottom line is that that is an application of looking at cost. Meeting times. Again, the lemonade of COVID is that a lot of people now are finding that their time is worth more money to them than coming for bad lunch at noon on a Wednesday.
So a club needs to start thinking about other times and other ways of engagement with their existing people and to become attractive to other people. Technology, hybrid meetings, much like the one we're enjoying today. The district has spent a lot of time and money and energy in putting together a how-to document that you can pass on to your clubs so they don't have to reinvent the wheel of how to do hybrid. We've already got that figured out. Just ask us and we'll make you successful with that. Governance, you know, is the way you've been doing it up to this point the same way you need to do it moving forward. Great ways to expand your clubs or create ways to expand your clubs. You can read through these. Encourage a culture of embracing change. To do that requires a lot of education, and I like education. So every opportunity we have to be a teacher to our club presidents and to our clubs is an opportunity to open more doors, to expand the ability for a Rotary to meet new people where they are and invite them to join us with the skill sets that they have. I don't remember what reward innovation is, so add your own definition. I'm sure it's going to be provocative and fantastic. So with that, it goes to impact, and that's Renee.
Can we ask questions, or do we have time for that?
Do you want to go through the whole thing, Steve, or do you want to by segment?
You want to ask a question?
Just quick, I mean, I love this idea of the technology, the support for hybrid. Where did we get that?
The Daniel Spalding is a Rotarian in this district, and he put together a document of how to do hybrid meetings,
Right.
the type of equipment you need, how you hook it up and everything. And we can get a copy of that document to you at your leisure. The other person you can always tap is Brandon.
Right.
You know, I'll give you his personal email. I'll send it.
Actually, I've already got his.
Okay, then we're fine.
Rob?
Would it be helpful to have some of the language so that we have a lexicon that compares what we're doing here and what we're talking about here with what we're going to hear at PETS? Because I know there's different language and different verbiage, and I'm not wanting to confuse our club presidents or our new AGs or those of you who haven't been aware of what the wording is or the language
That's what I
at
was gonna
PETS.
share. I was gonna share that as a second, actually. Or did you want to? Jim?
Because action plan is called enhancement plan for PETS this year. Flexibility is called adaptability, and it is parallel to the
What's the
leadership
action
core.
plan called?
Huh?
What's the action plan called?
Enhancement plan.
Okay.
So flexibility at PETS, I understand, is leadership as a core course, though it talks about all the others, and then it uses the word adaptability. But I like FIRE, it's easier to remember, but I think we need a lexicon so that we can understand who's saying what, that we are really on the same page.
All right, I like you know what, we'll talk, as a group, we meet on Mondays. So there's gonna, how do I say this? Rob, thank you for the comments. We're gonna focus on the concepts, and when we'll consider that and make notes and incorporate that and we'll publish this so that it gets to all the AGs collectively. Like, this is the first time we're coming out from our retreat with that, so we'll make it happen. Thanks for.
You're welcome. Like I said, I have the insight because I'm on the facilitation team.
Just a quick comment before we from flexibility. I have beat this drum for a long time and I'm going to continue to beat it. I would love it if we could include under the Youth at Rotary something to state new clubs that are encouraged to participate with a new philosophy. In 2015, the council on legislation gave autonomy to clubs to do whatever they want. And as we talk about a new pathway into Rotary, we always continue to talk about the existing programs for creating clubs. I think that we have examples in District 100 that are leadership examples of creating new clubs with new philosophies. And you know, there are resources available for folks who are starting new clubs to be coaches or mentors to do that. So if we could include youth philosophy clubs perhaps as a new pathway, I would love to see that.
The great thing about this document is although we've put some goals in there and some concepts that might meet those goals, this is an opportunity for the clubs to figure out where they fit in these strategies. So create new pathways in Rotary. Here are some examples, but what do you, as the Rotary Club of X, want to do or consider?
Yeah, and I get that.
I like that
again,
concept of no
it's
philosophies.
the drum that I'm continuing to beat, so.
It's a good one. Were there other questions? To complement what Rob was saying about the whole pets, what you're going to be hearing there is a document on oh shoot, now I can't even think what it's called, where all the trainings are on Rotary Club Central. The Learning Center, thank you. There's a document on the Learning that will talk to you about the brand. Or not the brand, we'll talk to you about this action plan, and it takes you from how Rotary International went through the concept to come up with the 4 focus areas. So adaptability, impact, reach, and engagement. It helps set the tone for it and an understanding for it if you're interested in that document. All right, and then the other thing I wanted to share, up here at the top, it talks about the district's strengths. We started with a SWOT analysis for our district, and we looked at the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So these are the strengths that we have found in our district as a whole, and we thought the conversation really needs to start with those strengths because then that's how we set up the other priorities. My area is impact, and today we talked about the partnership with about the shower cart. That's an example of a partnership. So expanding partnerships could look like providing resources and information on how to start partnerships or maybe who to partner with. It's inviting others to participate. So it's getting outside of our silos and outside of that box and thinking about how we can do more together. It's facilitating collaboration. So encouraging cooperations amongst clubs, encouraging cooperation amongst maybe Toastmasters or other nonprofit organizations that are doing similar type things. It's developing and delivering learning opportunities. So you will hear from us talk about board development. You've heard about servant leadership. There's the leadership identification and professional development program that's coming out. We've done the Vibrant Club workshops. And the concept there is that 3-legged stool approach that we're also enveloping in our FIRE approach. So it all goes hand in hand. Then lastly, I think is probably the most important aspect of impact is measuring economic value. We've not done a good job about that as Rotary as a whole. And even if we take the shower cart idea, how many lives have been impacted by that shower cart, but finding a mechanism to really measure the success that we've had as Rotarians. So some of the points here are creating a mechanism to help clubs measure impact. That's something that the district might be able to do to help support the clubs, is have a significant way to measure that impact that we're all using across the district, perhaps. Educate on endowment, that's another area of growth, and Jim could share the story and how that came up because he tells it much better than I do. And then communicating the values of service and resources. Again, it goes back to really measuring the impact of the service that we do. You know, how many Rotarians show up at what event for how many hours? You take that times $25 an hour and it amounts to this big number, right? So being more diligent on tracking that. And that will help us with impact.
And that addresses the comment that Gary had raised earlier about by having information talking about the impact of Rotary, that when we're talking with other large organizations looking to partner with Rotary on projects on a grand scale. That's what, people, I think that the challenge clubs have is, what difference is it going to make if I don't put in my 5 projects into Rotary Club Central or my 15 projects, whatever it is. But if you take those 5 projects that weren't put in by one club and you multiply that by the 65 clubs in our district, what impact is that? If you do that on the 30 districts within the zone, what impact is that? And so there is value of sharing that information, and we encourage sharing information so that people understand there is value in doing that. We realize it's a process for people, so thank you, Nate. So,
If I could
Gary.
add on that a little bit, because this came up at Zone Institute in Tucson. Because one of the questions was asked of our trustees for the foundation is, okay, you've done the work with Bill and Melinda Gates in terms of polio. Are you talking to anybody else? And they said, we talk to others. The first question we get from those other foundations is, well, what impact do you have? Can you document it? And that's why it really becomes so important. We're not to toot our horn, but to tell our story. Because that in itself can bring new resources towards meeting some of these priorities. But right now, in Illinois, they're lacking the data, and that's what they're looking for.
Good. So R is for reach in our acronym FIRE. And if you think about vibrant club training, it takes the membership, and it takes the Rotary Foundation, and it takes public image. Those three very critically important committees within our district, within our clubs, and brings them together for training preparations. They each have impact each other. The more members we have, the more support can be generated for the foundation. The more support for the foundation we have, the more projects we can do, to humanitarian projects around the world and locally that we can do, and which allows us more opportunities to share our story through public image. So that those three are connected in that way. So as we look at reach, we're looking to create opportunities to expand recognition outside of our organization, and to create a greater presence within our communities. And this, we talked about engaging an ad agency to help us identify ways and markets within District 5100 that we can promote Rotary and the good that Rotary is doing within District 5100. So we can market it through ad agencies. We can market it by wearing our pins in our logo gear. By consistently using Rotary's brand, we get recognition better from our communities. They know what the Rotary. I was at a meeting yesterday. I had my pin on, and the guy says, "Are you in Rotary?" I said, "Well, yeah." And there's a work-related thing, and he said, "Well, I used to be in Rotary." I said, "Used to be? Okay, well, I moved from Michigan to here, and I haven't got associated because of COVID yet." So anyway, just an opportunity. It creates that awareness. That's the purpose. So, but the big part of the reach, and again, that was exemplified this morning with Dennis and Bill, and that is as we collaborate with other organizations and agencies, we're actually able to expand our reach as well and reach into the community, create better awareness of who we are, what we do, and have a bigger impact, as Renee talked about, within our community. So as we create reach, as we expand our reach and create opportunities, this attracts new members to join us. And it's important to us as we look to grow our membership that we be aware, consciously aware of IDEA, inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. What barriers do we have currently that prevent someone from joining? Could it be, Janine talked about some of these in flexibility. Could it be cost? Could it be structure of meetings? Could it be access to where we meet? Do we meet upstairs, the second floor, without an elevator type thing? Is there accessibility issues? So looking at ways to identify how we can improve in this area. Some clubs haven't had discussion yet about addressing IDEA. Some people are thinking that they don't have an issue in their community with diversity and equity and inclusion. And so our challenge as a district will be to continue to provide opportunities and resources to help people understand what is, we have information through Rotary International that tells us what, we can look at a community and know what the dynamics of that community are. What the population base is, what the income levels are. Lots of information we can use to help clubs look at that. But we as a district will need to provide resources so that clubs can pursue that. again, we're not here to tell clubs what to do, but we can provide information and training and awareness to help improve that. So the tools that we have are helpful to us as we look to increase the reach within District 5100, within each of our clubs, within each of our regions. So that's the R for fire.
So engagement's rather an interesting topic. Some of you may have, we'll start out by saying, I asked the question, who here is perfect attendance? People raise their hands because it's easily measured. The question is, how do we measure engagement? In there's no formula here, and it's not for us to dictate, but it's certainly, as AGs, I hope each and every one of us asks that question of our club presidents-elect, and boards to have defined. So what we're trying to do is get an understanding of what engagement is, and it's different for every club. With that understanding, the idea is that everybody has I'll call it a benchmark or a foundation, because now they know what expectations are and what it means to be part of Rotary and that club. So that's just, the engagement portion is really critical. You know, this year's theme was each one bring one. This is not about recruiting. This is about sharing Rotary. And engagement means just sharing. Be attractive. What is it that creates the experiences? We talk about that for engagement. Some people think, oh, I gotta be careful here. Engagement as a district to help clubs is to have them think broader, more expansively about what that means. It's not just a meeting. It's not just a service product. It's the combination of the meeting, the service project, the social, the fireside, the website. Because young people will go look at a website, and if it's not up to date, they won't even give the meeting a look. So it's the whole experience. So when we talk about engagement, we're talking about how do we create an understanding of what that whole experience is. So from an engagement standpoint, it's actually as broad as we can help our clubs think of it, because that's how we can become more attractive. The other thing is that you go back to the servant leadership style and how it pertains to philosophy and how it pertains to engagement. Because if we can answer the question as club leaders, the presidents and president-elects that you're meeting with and board members, their job actually isn't to serve the community. Their job is to serve the members. The members, if they're fed from the leadership, will go serve the community. So the engagement actually for club leaders here and what the district is here to serve through the AGs is how do we get clubs to think about and to expand that thought process for engagement. So that I would tell you probably a follow-up to this is each one retain one. It's not just bring one, it's retain one. And you know how you retain? Relationships. So you're tied in. If you feel tight, you're not going anywhere. So that's the whole thing, I guess, behind engagement. Steve, back to you.
Other questions about the action or the enhancement plan? Bill?
I really like this, and I've heard you speak about fire. This one pager really helps bring that to life, so thank you for that.
Nice to summarize like piece of paper.
Yeah, it's really helpful.
Renee's idea. Renee did a great job.
Great job on it. A question. As we're sitting here talking about reach and demonstrate the idea concept, have we thought about crafting like action teams within the district that could help clubs understand and implement that? So for instance, I know Ron Herring's doing the diversity conversation through Lake Oswego. One of our former district governors is really involved in that. But it's kind of hard to get through the email what's going on. And I wonder if we had 2 or 3 people who could kind of move around and go to different clubs and speak, could host maybe virtual training sessions or events that could start getting some excitement around that to help a club like mine, which is a little, it doesn't really reflect its community the way it should, to help us understand how to do that.
You mean like an AG?
No, but here's the problem.
Great idea.
Here's the problem.
No, I'm willing to hear.
Wow. I love the welcoming embrace. No, I'm teasing. I think I'm not certainly, I don't consider myself able to help educate as a white male, to help educate my club or clubs on how to bring in diversity. I mean, I can preach about, hey guys, we got to get young, we got to look more like our communities, and it will be more effective if we do that. But if we can have some folks that are kind of expert in that are roving within our district to help support that effort, I think we make a real impact. Because again, we have such talent in this organization that it would be helpful to maybe start tapping into some of that.
That'd be a great idea for the idea committee.
Yeah, I just wrote that down, Renee. That suggestion, Bill, I think is something we'll definitely pass on to our idea task force, which is charged with giving information out about idea. And I think that's a great idea. So
The other way to make that happen, so if you think about membership, foundation, public image, and leadership, each of those fit in here, and reach, public image fits in very well with that. So Brandon, as part of the public image team, if you take that idea of the action teams as well as what's on this document, it might play in the public image, plan that you guys have too. Just something to consider.
May I transition from what you just said? So in PETS, the four core courses are leadership, membership, TRF, and brand.
Mm-hmm.
The priority courses in February are going to be adapting, impact, which is the brand, reach is the TRF, and engagement is membership.
Interesting.
And that was designed by past district governors John Bushell and Jim Lasser.
Isn't it funny how we all have different interpretations?
I understand, but I'm trying to live with the language and help you understand that sometimes somebody will be saying one thing and we're not sure how it connects, but I think this helps us visualize that.
So what did you say? Flexibility or adaptability is what?
Leadership.
Okay.
That's the priority.
I
So
wasn't
these
sure.
are the priority labels that will be in February of the 4 courses that our PEs will attend.
And impact was public image.
I kind of like to piggyback on your idea of how the district can serve clubs. Because to me, a lot of stuff is a little more fundamental than this. Clubs are struggling with, how do we raise money in a COVID environment? That is so fundamental and so core to our ability to do what we want to do. Do we not have a group like this that could go out and say, here as a club, here are some ideas and here are some things that have been effective in other clubs. Clubs don't, I may hear what's going on in my 5 clubs and I may share that. And what I do as an AG is I've been hosting dinner at my house with my club presidents, and they come and we get to share ideas and thoughts and stories and travel crazy stories but clubs don't get that opportunity very much, and most certainly club members don't get that opportunity. And you can spark an idea, you can spark a passion for something when you have somebody come who says, this is what we're seeing, how people are effectively raising money in this environment. This is a strategy this club has used to add 15 people this year to their thing. This is what a club has done to get the Rotary Foundation contributions up in the club. This is how one club's addressing polio. The other issue is, I would be willing to bet money that right now, if you asked individual Rotarians, they would not know that the environment has been added as an area of focus for Rotary. It is not on the radar for most people. And I think it's really important that membership understand what is our organization trying to do. I mean, everybody knows what the individual projects are within a club, but maybe not the overall encompassing thing. And I think that we could do a better job communicating that.
Bingo.
Not just emails, but in-person people talking about, hey, did you know there's a diversity committee at the district level? And did you know we're working to add that to clubs?
This might be a tangential topic, but you hit on one thing that we discussed at this retreat, because I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'll admit to bias. We just put on one of the most amazing, vibrant club training activities that I've ever witnessed. The coordination of TRF, public image, and membership was phenomenal. If you took our 70 clubs, if I preach, stop me, okay? But if you took our 70 clubs, multiplied it by 4, why 4? Public image chair, TRF chair, membership chair, and president, or 5 with the president-elect. 5 times 70, we should have 350 people on that call. It was phenomenal. We didn't have but 60. So the question, and this is open to discussion. I'm passionate about this because I think we do a great job. We collectively do a great job knowing what we're doing, but I'm not sure we know effectively how to communicate with the membership in general. That's if somebody has an answer for that, let me know, because
You go to their club, you meet them where they are.
well, let me one more thing. You know, we went from what I'll call a Word document on a newsletter, which, by the way, had less than 20% open.
Which is common.
Now we're doing the video. We're getting close to 50%, but we're still missing over 50% of the people. So how do we effectively communicate?
So I have to say, I completely agree, you go to them. And what my wife and I, as AGs in Clark County, have done is we go to them for our president's meetings. We convene our president's meetings at another club, at their regular club meeting every month. We go to a different club in the county every month, and we do our president's meetings there. And you know what we're finding? Is we're finding that club presidents who are visiting that club are learning something new about the way another club operates. Not from hearing it from other presidents at, on a Zoom call, or hearing it preached to them from their AG, or hearing it, no offense, or hearing it from a district governor in their annual visit. Right. They're learning it by visiting another club. And what they don't know is we're forcing them to go and pay a visit to another club by coming to the monthly president's
Is this
meeting.
Recorded?
Yes.
Another technique that comes from journalism is say it 7 different times, 7 different ways. And I think in writing, in text, recorded, re-recorded, sent out as a recording, sent to a club meeting as a segment for their guest speaker, I think is just some of the avenues, but we need to imagine more ways to get the message out. Absolutely. Right? Marshall McClure, the message is the medium. The medium is the message.
PR 101.
Just to get back to what you said, this document that you handed out today doesn't even have the 7th area of focus on it. The Rotary Basics, it's missing that on page 8.
But, yeah.
Because we use existing stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, it has environment on there.
On that one, but no, not on that.
On the one that.
On the-
part of the
On
package.
this one.
Oh, I'm like, okay, gotcha.
No, yeah.
I wasn't trying to be smart, by the way, Bill, because what I heard the question that you were asking was how do we provide an opportunity to educate the presidents? And so I totally misunderstood your question.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter now. We've hashed it out.
And
But
I like
just-
it when you're smart. I mean, I appreciate sarcasm and
Yeah.
that kind of impact. But I guess the point I was trying to make is that we need to ignite this fire at the club for our future members.
Sure.
And our future leaders. And so if we
I
can
agree.
show people that we're truly about diversity, and here's what we mean. And again, it's not some old white guy up there saying we're all about diversity. We've got like this team that comes out and talks about the changes that we're putting in place, about the opportunities, challenges for services in this area. I think we might ignite some folks that are just kind of like, okay, Rotary's a little boring. And maybe I'm just thinking about my club that could really make an impact. And then someone's going to say, hey, I want to be president because I want to implement that.
You know, to your point, Bill, and it kind of echo what Jim was talking about, the Vibrant Club training. The IDEA Task Force did have a forum discussion
Mm-hmm.
in October, late October. And again, the number of people that joined that presentation, there were less than 50 people.
Right.
And so that's where we're asking people to come to us. But to your point, to Nelson's point, and to Julie's point, is let's go to them with that message rather than.
I mean, what triggered that was this idea of the cause-based clubs. I mean, let's say you could start a club based on diversity, but then I thought, wait a second, we should all be part of that mission. And if we had this ability to try to light the fire in a number of clubs, we could really make an impact. And it would be something like an action team. I don't know what the phrase would be, but anyway.
Okay, thank you all for your feedback and questions as we work through this plan. It's a dynamic document. We're continuing to work on it and develop it and Kansas as we work through it.
So can I, one
Jim?
comment. Let's discuss as a district leadership team verbiage, because words are important. And I want to make sure that we do this right, because if Rotary, think about what I'm going to tell you. If Rotary International is using the term action, and the Pacific Northwest is using the term enhancement, let's us agree to get to the bottom of it. So,
That's not good.
yeah, let's us agree to that, if that's fair.
And can we go back and revisit what I heard Rob say about the, how Port Pets Northwest is equating reach with TRF and engagement? I mean, we need to talk, I think we should talk about that a
Yep.
little bit too. Thank you.
Okay. Next up is
Gary's going to talk to us about training that are scheduled for our president-elect.
And it involves, it started already for some. Been asked all of them so far, but Gary's going to talk about that. And we'll talk about pets, and then I'll talk more about the registration process for pets for you as we do that. But Gary from our Learning and Development Committee.
Thank you. And for many of you, this is going to be a repeat of when I joined the meeting that you had on your regular meeting. We really went over a lot of this. And also, Rob read ahead of my script and covered several of the items, so I don't have to go over them in great detail. But so I'm more interested in just hitting kind of a bullet list of things and then being able to try and answer questions between Steve, who's on the organizing committee, myself from the training side of things, in terms of where we are of getting your folks prepared. God, I hate speaking with this mask on. So PETS is coming up, and it's going to be live. That's the good news in February. But there are so many great things that emerged out of last year doing it virtually that we're keeping the best of those aspects of it, so that we can make the time in Seattle hopefully a lot more productive for our PEs. So starting in January, we will have the core courses, the same ones that we did last year, that we do every year, as Rob mentioned them. So that would be dynamic leadership, membership in vibrant clubs, the Rotary Foundation, and public image and brand. And those will be taught and facilitated online, starting the first week in January and going through the third week in January. This is a little more compressed than we did it last year, because we took 4 weeks last year to go through with a different topic each week. So what we're doing is, rather than limiting the size of our groups to 24, we're actually looking to have the groups at 36, so that we're having fewer opportunities, but a lot of flexibility. For example, leadership will be taught in weeks 1, 2, and 3 at different times, so that we can better meet the needs of the PEs and giving them more flexibility, so that they can participate in their training. And I and Rob happen to be
doing the leadership training. Let's see, we've got Lisa Allen is doing, she's doing public image, or is she doing foundation? Anyway, so we have 5 people from our district that are going to be facilitating.
I'm doing membership.
What's that?
And I'm doing membership because we've had some pull out.
Yeah, okay. So Rob's wearing multiple hats. That's okay, he's retired. And so that's what's going to be happening in January. Now, what's important, and Steve can talk to these dates, is the registration and getting people registered for PETS itself. And that includes you as AGs. Now, some of you are taking on additional roles there as a sergeant of arms or working at the registration desk or being a group assistant. And I believe that has all been communicated with each of you, that if you are doing that. Is that correct, Steve?
My understanding, I was asked to provide to the registrar the list of assignments for our district, and I did. But Terry was telling me that information was not included in the registration process. So you apparently need to tell them what your session is as you register. So we had that information.
And it implies that you have a role.
You do. Everybody has a role. Every AG has a role at PETS.
Would you like me to email that out to them again?
Well, they haven't received it yet, but yeah, we can.
Oh, I thought you had.
No, we sent it.
No, I don't know what
We
role
sent
I
it to the registrar. So I've got the list. So
that's going to be coming out for you.
Right.
So why that's important is when you go on to register for PETS, if you know what role you are playing, that's a box to check. And then that's going to open up.
Unless you check
Right,
that
right.
box.
But then that is going to then allow you to be kind of pre-assigned into different sessions based on the role that you have in those kind of conflicts. So
other.
Yes. So anyway, so that will be coming out. But we want our president-elects to register as soon as they can so that they have a chance to pick the best schedule that's for their particular needs. If they wait to the last minute, their first choice may be full, and they then may have to attend one of the online sessions that is not convenient for them. So that's why it's important for your president-elects to get online and register as soon as possible.
I want to add, it was decided by Linda Jean Coyle, who's part of the ops committee, that if people are 5 minutes late online or 5 minutes to their classes in CTAC, they're out of luck. They'll be cut off.
Yeah, so if a session is scheduled to start at 1 o'clock, we're starting at 1 o'clock. So we want people, and each of the facilitators is sending out a message in advance to those that are pre-registered for their group. They need to sign on in advance of 1 o'clock, or they're going to join it in progress or late. And the recommendation, I don't know, this is an ops level thing. The recommendation is if you're not on within the first 10 minutes, you're not allowed in, which means you have to go do a makeup or figure out another way of doing it. It's what they're talking about. But that's above my pay grade. Because it's disruptive to have somebody join, especially if they join right in the middle of a breakout. And we're not going to be spending the time catching them up on what was discussed, because that's not fair to the people that showed up on time. So they're going to be pretty pushy on that one.
That stuff.
The core classes?
Yeah, are we supposed to be registering for this? Okay.
So the PEs, when they register for PETS, they'll also try to get these core classes scheduled at that same time as part of that registration process.
I don't know exactly how this, maybe a registration thing, and then they may get a follow-up from the registrar.
Okay.
With here's the list of classes, and then it may be a two-step process. I don't know.
Okay.
Renee, I might be able to answer your question. Usually governor-elects, governor nominees are usually in the audience when the facilitators are presenting in their training activities. So you'll see the curriculum
during
Yeah,
that
he's
time.
part of that last year. I just didn't know if they were doing that again this year or not. We haven't heard anything.
Okay.
Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that.
Yeah, so I don't know the answer to your question, but it's a good one. My impression is if you click one box and all of a sudden you're gonna get another thing opening up, but it's possible that you click one box and then you're gonna get a follow-up. I don't know.
No, I played with it the other night when it came through because I was grading and looking for an opportunity not to. So midnight, got the email, freaking Richard, okay. And so I played with it, and when you put in what your role, what your, you know, so AG or president or whatever, then a whole nother thing fills in. So,
Okay.
yeah,
So it is all in one session?
it looked like it. Yeah.
Okay.
So Cindy's gonna send this out as well, but I'll let you know what your assignments are now, so if you wanna go home and make sure before Cindy gets a chance to send that out, you have the information. So Julie is going to be our registration AG, so she'll be there first thing Friday morning registering, and she and the other 9 people. Session support are Terry, Renee, Doris, and Tom. So you are the session support working with the facilitators on the in-person sessions at PETS in February. And then the rest of you are sergeants at arm.
Gary, one last thing. So the PEs have gotten the registration invitation as soon as we did at the same time?
Yes.
They've got those links already, so
Yes.
I need to get in there and say, hey, you guys, jump in and get that thing done.
Yeah, you need to follow it, make sure that they've done it. Yeah.
Okay, I've got one that doesn't have a PE yet, so I understand that they went out to the presidents.
Right, as a placeholder.
Okay, so I would assume we have the presidents sign up immediately. What happens then if they name a PE before then?
I think we contact the registrar and just change names.
Is that all? Okay.
That's, but that's why we wanted the president in there as a placeholder for that position. Otherwise, the seat isn't held open.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
It's easy to communicate.
Yeah. Okay. So general philosophical kind of things and that we've already talked about enhancement. So last year they had a capstone project. That frankly fell on its face.
Did Rebella?
No. It was kind of a, you know, what's your action plan kind of a thing, and
Oh.
fill out all of these. And this is where the discussion then came to, what can we do to enhance the experience in our club? So it has evolved or morphed into a club enhancement plan that we're going to be asking the PEs to work on. But we don't want them working on it independently. It's like sitting there at PETS and saying, oh, we want you to put in your goals. Well, then if they haven't talked to their club, haven't talked to their board, it becomes their goals, not the club's goals. So the real change in focus or emphasis of focus is we want the PEs to be talking to their boards and their clubs before they show up in Seattle. So, and there is online, and I believe we sent this to everybody, and we can resend it on the RI website. There is the club checklist, which is a great conversation starter to have them go through that. So ideally, in your president's meetings, I know when I was an AG, we were encouraged to invite our PEs in January. I think that's too late. Yeah. So the sooner we can get them involved in asking those questions, the better. Now, the core courses that are being taught in January will give them additional information, for example, around public image, or around the foundation, or around membership, that could help inform them when they're going through this enhancement project, if you will. That way, when we show up in Seattle, they can start having conversations because you're going to be having the opportunity to meet with them in person in Seattle, your group. as well as informing them of what to look for and listen for when they're doing the priority sessions. And then checking in with presidents from other clubs and sharing it. It gives them kind of a reason for having those conversations. So that's what would be taking place. So we strongly encourage that sooner the better on that. Now, the other thing that we sent out to you, I believe this all went out to you, and if not, we can resend it, is we got from PETS.
And this is already preloaded in the Learning Center for each of your PEs, but they have to sign in. But it's recommended courses for them to take in the Learning Center. And if they do these courses before we get to Seattle, or even if they have the time to do them even before January, it's really going to set them up for success. So there's a link, and please tell me if you haven't gotten it, or I can just resend to everybody. There's Club President Basics. It's a whole set of 10 courses, I believe, very similar to what we've already done in the district with REAL. But they're doing this throughout Pacific Northwest PETS. So in many cases, people may have already done these courses through REAL. And that will reflect in the checklist, that if they've already done the course, it'll say, yep, you've already done this one. So there's a Club President Basics, and then, let's see, it's 10 to 12. Then there is some optional ones as well, and there's a separate link for that. The optional ones become Leadership Basics, Leading Change, Is Your Club Healthy? And then there's also one on Toastmasters that's listed there as an optional course. But anyway, the key is, just like with REAL, it's been pre-populated in the Learning Center. All they got to do is sign in and then go to that. Yeah.
I've seen what's being presented at the core courses, and it's really helpful to encourage them to take that vibrant club online, because they will want to download that document, and that's how you download it, rather than going to Rotary Club International and trying to search for it, because it's going to refer them back to the Learning Center.
Now, you're referring to what?
The Vibrant Club assessment.
Oh, the assessment, not the workshop that we did.
That's correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the Healthy Club, Vibrant Club assessment is referred in the core curriculum.
Yeah.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
Is the health check different than what you just explained, or are these two separate things?
They are the same thing.
They are the same thing. They come under different names.
Yeah.
Again.
Again.
I'm just trying to be helpful in
No, I
naming
agree,
the language.
yes, no, help, thank you.
There's also, are they wanting they want just the club, not the community assessment?
Correct.
Yeah, this is the club assessment, not the community assessment. Now, in between the online program and Seattle, it's called, we labeled it pre-PETS,
but it's really mid-PETS, just to confuse things. And that's February 5, and maybe Steve or Cindy, you want to talk a little bit more about what our plans are for that. But February 5, our thought is to have I'm going to call it mid-PETS. And that is an opportunity for each of you to meet with the club PEs in your area. And it's an opportunity to get some reflection from them on what they experienced going through the core courses, as well as have conversations around the whole club enhancement. But that way you have an opportunity to have that conversation with your clubs in a small group versus in a large group.
I don't understand, is this a class, is it a facilitated
Here's-
Events,
so
what is this?
I'll share some information, Julie. Hopefully it'll help understand what we're trying to do. So our plan is that Gary and Cindy and I will be meeting here in this office to facilitate a Zoom meeting for our entire district. In your region, we're asking that you gather with your president-elect in one location together, dial into the Zoom as a group so that you can participate. Because what we're wanting to do is there will be breakout sessions there. And we want you not to be participating in a breakout session via Zoom. We want you to be sitting around the table having discussion so you can talk with your president-elect about it.
Got it, okay.
So there'll be 11, 12 different regions dialing into our Zoom meeting. And so we'll share the information together with the group. And there'll be times during that training that morning to break in a specific table so you as your region can talk about the different, this year region table.
So
to address those issues.
February 5th. You have a
February
time on that? or-
8:30 to 11:30.
You want the elevators here?
If you're welcome, you're welcome to join us, yeah.
I have done this before, actually it was for a fundraiser, and you can do it on your phone and mirror it to your TV if you're in your home. So it works out really well.
So you're not asking us to sit around like a conference room where everybody has their own laptop up, listening to it, and then we close them when we do the breakout. You want us to be in a place where we have the technology that everybody can watch the same
Well,
thing?
whatever works for you, that would work for, if
Okay.
that works better for you, Bill, that's fine.
Okay.
We just want you, the biggest part, we can have everybody dialed in separately, but I want, when we go into breakout session, I don't want people looking at a screen for their breakout. I want them looking across the table at
Okay.
you, and you can have that open discussion, because it's a lot better discussion, just like we've had today here in this group, because we're in person, we can have better discussion than if we were all on a Zoom line, with the exception of Dolores, who got there all by herself. Sorry about that, Dolores. But that's the concept what we're trying to do. And Gary introduced us to it, and I thought, well, that'll work. That saves the time and travel for 70 presidents coming together for a location, but it gives us a chance to work together. So hopefully each in your regions, like Cindy said, you can do it at your home and mirror it onto a TV, or if you meet at a coffee shop that has the privacy, a private room type thing.
Right.
Because we don't want anybody to know our Rotary trade secrets.
They might want to join us. They don't even know.
No, it's a secret society. They must-
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, RI asked if we want to keep it exclusive.
So,
we have
other
permission
questions
not to
about
be
that?
Exclusive.
What's that, Bill?
I was just asking, since Tom Crozier is gonna sub for me, was he able to bring together from the Dalles all the way to Park Rose into one
Yeah,
location?
he knows about it, so I'm still,
We're working on
just find his location, but I've already talked to him about it.
Brandon?
I assume from a technology standpoint that if you can't have everybody meet together, we could assign individuals to a breakout room on the Zoom.
Right.
Yes, but that's not the desire.
The design is.
The desire is
Yeah,
for people to be in
That could be
person.
the
I get it.
backup.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right.
Regions.
That's a fallback position.
That is
Okay.
helpful.
But we want the
That's
work to
nice.
try to find the time that we can
Yeah.
get together. We just want the effective time. Yeah, I know that still poses challenges for the coastal region and for the gorge region and for eastern region, because there's still travel before that 8:30 start time, so. But it's not gonna snow in February this year.
Okay. I'm
Maybe
glad
not
you're
even
looking.
rain.
Might be.
So,
Leavenworth's on our district.
Yeah.
so then, of course, we've got Seattle, which
which will be taking place there, and you have the information on that, where we will be talking about the priority areas of fire. And those will be more facilitated conversations and less download of information like we do with the core courses. And this is the real opportunity for them to have conversations then with other club PEs and so on. And so those will be facilitated conversations. And which is one of our reasons for doing the mid-pets on February 5 is to set them up for success when they show up in Seattle. So we can kind of preload some of the questions and conversations, but then this is your opportunity to have those conversations with your club PEs so that when you show up in Seattle, it's not the first time you've met them. And you can be able to continue those conversations, both in district meetings as well as while you're up there. Jim.
So Steve, this may be more for you than Gary, but has there been any discussion about having a district meeting while it Pets in person?
Yes, we're having a district meeting at 3 o'clock on Friday afternoon.
Sorry, I missed it. Okay, thank you.
And that should be part of your registration process too, when that you're an AG, because they know that our district is meeting at 3 o'clock. There are 4 districts that are meeting in the morning and doing their pre-pet session. Others are starting at 1, but when you put in specifically District 5100, it will jump to the fact that you have a district session at 3 o'clock.
That did work.
So
So
part of
can
that,
can I just clarify, make sure I'm, because there's a lot that we're getting communicated that we need to now
okay, that's why
get
we-
back out,
that's
right? So my understanding is people need to register for pets. Within that registration is this pre-pets core courses that they need to sign up for 4 of them. Then, and so they have to do that and their pets registration.
Yes.
Then on February, and those happen in January, according to
First 3 weeks of January.
first 3 weeks of January. And then for February 5th, they need to come together in our various regions.
But
and-
that is not part of their pets registration.
Right, that is not, we have to, but it's something I have to
Yes,
communicate
yes.
to them. They're gonna come together, we're gonna do a kind of a mid-pets thing, and then we're off in February, 2 weeks later to pets. Correct?
And those dates are all in the calendar. and the
Right,
PE
no, I have all the dates down, but
Yeah.
I don't have the January stuff down, so, and that sounded like that was variable dates depending on when they
Based on the
signed up.
individual needs of the.
Yeah, they
of the
pick
PEs.
it, and there's only 35 per session, and,
Yep.
okay.
They have some flexibility in choosing what works best for their.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
so I just wanna make sure I can communicate to
Good
these
question.
PEs that it's this, and then it's this, and then it's this.
So what happens when someone misses a core course because of whatever life or schedule or something, so they're not able to even do it during January?
I believe the sessions are being recorded.
Okay.
And they would need to watch the recording, but I know that is highly discouraged. But life happens.
Right.
Highly discouraged because then they don't have a chance to do any of the interaction and the conversation.
Bill, recommendation is not let that information.
I wouldn't tell anybody
out.
in advance it's an option.
Right, it's, in other words, if it happens, oh, that was recorded and you can catch up,
Okay.
but I wouldn't.
Don't cover that up front.
Yeah.
So it was a conversation that did come up with John Bushnell, and it was told to me, if a PE in your region misses or comes late and calls you as an AG, you help them get registered for another session unless it's the last day of the 3rd week in January.
So their makeup would be whatever remaining
Whatever
time is
remains.
left, based on what schedules are open, but those could very well be full.
And that's why the last week in January is being left. That's not for them to know, but it may be that there will be makeups that last week.
Didn't we used to do a free pets?
Yes,
Whole
we
free
did.
pets event, I remember going to that, yeah.
It needs to be at the Rose Garden.
Yeah, was it
Yeah.
at the Rose Garden? Yeah, I remember.
Or Clackamas Community College.
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
Technical question. We have planned any time to help train PEs with computers and logistics.
Thank
and
you.
Zoom, et cetera.
Thank you. That was the #1 complaint that I heard from my presidents, this year's presidents. Every single one of them complained that they didn't get any training on how to use StackDB, how to use Rotary Club Central. I mean, literally, we had to host them in our house or host a Zoom meeting to show them how to use those tools.
You're getting a nod from Doris too. So she's
This is an interesting point. So I don't have an answer, and please don't construe this as being defensive. Is that the responsibility of the district, or is that the responsibility of the club president mentoring that president-elect, the secretary who already knows that information is in the club, and or the AG to do during their president's meetings?
I think the answer to your question is yes.
Yes.
All of the above.
Yeah, but I think people need to know that that's the, I mean, I don't think that's, organically understood that Oh, I'm the club secretary. I should teach the incoming president how to use DACDB.
That's why I answered the question the way I did.
Yeah.
All the resources available, again, flexible, right? We have to be flexible, and we have to provide all resources we can to our presidents to give them the opportunity for success.
The other situation, though, is that assumes that the president and the secretary before you knew how to do it correctly.
That's right.
Careful what you assume.
She paused before she said it.
So Nelson, in answer to your question, those are, and this is good discussion, it's not just our responsibility to provide, it's the clubs need to do this as well, but we are incorporating that into the training we're going to be providing in a district session, after pre-pets, pets, and/or post.
Good, thank you.
And I would suggest that before we get too far down the road, that falls to you guys. In finding out, do they know how to do it? Are they going to need this kind of training? How can we best do it? Rather than waiting forward down the line and say, hey, I don't know how to do this. This, to me, would seem to be.
Relationship with people like Brandon, because some of us are PC users, some of us are Mac users, and we're not necessarily by platform users. And how do you help somebody with a Mac if you're only a PC user? We AGs need more tools too.
And that's the problem with diversity.
That was beautiful. And that comes from the district representative on the IDA council. That's beautiful.
But the funny thing is, this is always a conversation, and even as I served as district trainer, we were trying to find ways not to duplicate information, and we tried to be creative. Well, it turned around that some of that creativity came back and bit us in the butt, so to speak, because the Pets Northwest was also changing, so it's trying to stay fluid and adaptable in that situation to make sure we cover all the bases. So, and this is really, really timely.
Yeah, I love that Steve stipulates that it is no longer black or white.
Nope.
It is macro BC.
So just for your calendar purposes, I just have one more date to share with you. This one we're gonna call Post Pets.
Oh, yeah, it's in May, right?
And that's gonna be April 2.
And it's going to be the same format as Mid-Pets, if you will, in that we are hoping that we'll be here, but you'll be with your individuals. And the primary purpose of this is for you to work in small groups, getting them through completing their enhancement plan, which they will have started on at Pets. Now, when you register as an AG for Pets, it'll be offered 4 times. So you'll be able to select, there will be a training for you as AGs, how do you assist your PEs in the enhancement plan, in creating it. So we're not just throwing out, you go figure it out. There's actually 4 sessions that will be held that you will be able to select one of them in Seattle in terms of working with your PEs on completing their enhancement plan. So that's one thing. This,
So we'll be sending for those who sign for Pet Pet.
when you sign up, it'll pop up as one of the options for you to select an enhancement class, if you will.
So, I'm sorry, are those being held at the same time as the other sessions? Because we signed up to be a session assistant over here, and we said they could class over here.
It would be coordinated so that you can, yeah.
Thank you.
We also sent out the PE planning calendar. All those dates are in a calendar in the book that you have.
Yeah. And the final note, and this really came back to some of the earlier conversations that we're having today, in terms of one of the conversations from John Bushnell and the curriculum folks, is reestablishing that the focus is not on the clubs. The focus is on the members who make up the club. And also rethinking that we are not a service organization. We are a leadership organization that does service. In terms of really pushing the emphasis of how can, it's like, how can we have the biggest impact is because we're a group of leaders who are committed to service. So those are a couple of the themes that you may hear going through the curriculum. And that's all I got, Steve.
So let's talk a little bit about the PET schedule, since you're all here. So it's different this year. We're really compressing the PETs. The official PETs event doesn't start until Friday evening with the first plenary session at dinner time. So we have one district session that's scheduled at 3 o'clock on Friday afternoon. So previously, all the AGs would come up on, we'd get together Thursday night for a district dinner with the trainers and facilitators. Nobody needs to be there on Thursday with the exception of Julie, because she has to be there first thing Friday morning for registration. So what we're going to do is we're going to have my wife and I will be hosting a lunch just in the suite that is assigned to us for our district team. So that'll be Friday at noon. So if you can be there before Friday at noon, please join us for lunch at that day. And then at 1 o'clock, I believe, is the first time that you'll have your orientation for Sergeant at Arms training, also orientation for your facilitator assistant training. That's right after lunch, so you'll need to be there by that anyway. So if you come up, be there in time for lunch, that'd be great.
The top tip is to leave first thing Friday morning, get up and see us.
Yeah, of course. And then, of course, you can't check into your hotel room, but you can bring your luggage up to our suite and keep it there. We'll go through it while you're, I'm just kidding. in a ball, whatever. Which leads me to hospitality suite. There's been a lot of discussion in terms of planning. We're so excited we're together. There is still some concern within the area of COVID. And so COVID guidelines, that's why we're encouraging people to be vaccinated. If you're not vaccinated, you gotta have a negative PCR test to come to PETS. We are going to divide, just a second, Brandon. We're going to divide the hospitality into 2 groups, just because those suites are not big enough to have 70 people in there rubbing shoulders and things, drinking wine, so we're gonna divide Jan's my wife, you haven't met her yet, she's a wonderful lady. We're going to divide our group team into 2 groups. There'll be one group that's invited to join us on Friday night, and one group is invited to join us on Saturday night. We're trying to eliminate the pub crawl, which has been a part of PETS in some years in the past, resulting in broken legs and things like that.
Does the Alaska contingent?
Alaska chose not to participate in our decision not to have a pub crawl. They said the bar's wide open, come see it. So that's Alaska. But anyway, it's not like people can walk in from District 5080 and visit our party. We want it to be a chance for, I look at hospitality as a chance for Janet and I and Cindy to get to know our president-elect a little bit better than we would, and to you as the AGs, in a more intimate environment than before. And so by breaking it into a smaller group, we feel I'll be more successful.
Are you gonna coordinate those invitations so that the AG for a particular area, all of their presidents, all their PEs are invited that night too?
Yes, yeah. Here we go. That's the plan. Yeah, Brandon.
Just to confirm, a PCR test, it doesn't include a rapid test.
PCR is more than right.
Yep, it is.
And within how many hours?
72 hours.
Instead of being vaccinated.
Instead of proof of vaccination, yeah. Just so you know, at this point, knock on wood, in middle of Jim wasn't able to participate in this, but in international assemblies where all the district governors elect come together for the unveiling of the
additional training for us. That is going to be in the middle of January, and the requirement there is, yes, you will be vaccinated, and yes, you will have a negative PCR test before you're allowed to. You have to vote.
Because it's in Florida.
So,
Yeah, that makes sense. That was a joke.
so no, it's.
Point of order, so for pets, you have to either be vaccinated or have a negative PCR test within 72 hours.
Right.
Okay, not both.
Not both.
Okay.
One or the other.
And it's very clear on registrations
Yeah.
that will be required.
We have a group of 10 district governors elected as part of the board of directors. We talk about what we want to happen at PETS, and then there's the operating committee, which is the group of past district governors that bring this together.
So we talked Wednesday night, and these other districts are hearing feedback from their presidents-elect that they're not going because of COVID. And I said, maybe it's because I'm out in Eastern Oregon, but I haven't heard. Has anybody heard any concerns or questions about going to pets in person? You have?
Not yet.
Okay, from one, or, okay. Okay, so we anticipate, and understand that we this year, because of COVID, cannot require presidents-elect to be on site at pets, as we've been required to, or have been allowed to do before. So we can't require them to be there. But we as a district are still responsible for providing the training for all the presidents-elect before they start office. And so we as a group of 10 are trying to figure, okay, if we have, normally we have 700 presidents-elect there, and if we only have 500, how are we going to train those other 200 that didn't come in person? And so, our hope is that we're not going to do it individually by district, that our district learning and development committee will pick that up and take it and go. That's not our plan. So we're really hoping that we have a good turnout. If people do have concerns, please allow me to talk with them. I'm not going to have concerns about COVID, but this is an opportunity. We're taking every step we feel is appropriate that can provide protection that people are seeking in this environment. So if you hear questions and concerns, I'd sure appreciate them.
Will masks be required?
Masks will be required in all indoor environments except for while you're eating or participating in the hospitality room.
I have a postscript to add as a member of the Learning and Development Committee. Sometimes our presidents and president-elects come to us with questions that if we have not ourselves experienced, are unable to give them a good answer or referral. If you have not checked out the Learning Center District 5100 dashboard that you have in your Learning Center, please do, because the information is almost always there when it comes to referring back to the Learning Center that you can then help walk your PE through. The second is, if you want a glimpse of what PET core courses and priority courses look like, Google Pacific Northwest PETS and go into that website, and you can download any of the last year recorded videos of the 4 core courses and the 4 priority courses and see what they looked like last year, and they will be again recorded for this year.
Similar content.
Very similar content.
Do you have, maybe Gary, you can answer this, do you know what the time commitment is for the 4 courses they have to complete in January?
Those are each 60 minutes in length?
So they're each an hour?
Isn't bad.
Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna throw this out as just food for thought. We talk about clubs struggling to get presidents-elects, people who want to serve. And we talk about trying to tap into a diverse group of people, and you're asking for 4 days of commitment in January, another half-day commitment in February, and then 3 days commitment in February again. And I'm just saying that for a lot of people, particularly working people, January and February are really busy times because that's beginning of the year, that's business planning, that's hiring, that's launching the year, etc. And I just think that we need to be sensitive to, what you're asking people to commit to when you say, oh, you want to be president? And they're thinking, oh, let's see, I'm going to run the meeting and the board meetings. Oh, sure, I could do that. And then it's like, oh, whoa, there's all this other stuff. So I don't know if there was a way to streamline the time commitment for people, for younger professionals or something, then it might be easier to get people to to commit to doing that. It's just, it's a lot. I'm just saying it's a lot.
Well, I
You
may
know,
have
people have
misheard you.
families
I may have
and,
misheard. Did you say 4 days in January?
no, I
Or
said
4 hours?
no, I said the 4 hours, but
Okay.
they have to, you know, carve out time from their family or whatever to do that. And then again in February, a half day in February, and then another full weekend. And for some of us, it's no, for me, that's no big deal. Like that's a piece of cake because of what I do for a living. And so I have that kind of flexibility, but not necessarily everybody does. And that might be part of the challenge for getting people to serve is, and then, you know, we haven't even talked about district training and, you know, all the other stuff that leads up to
I think that's a really good-
participating in leadership.
That's a really good thing for us to look at it in a longer term basis too, as we plan forward, because as we talk about and execute attracting younger members to our clubs, we're gonna expect them, as a leadership organization that does service, we're gonna expect them to become leaders of the clubs and potentially leaders of the district as well. And so as we start to think about how do we plan training for these folks, we need to keep in mind, they have busy schedules, work life, kids, coaching.
Soccer games
all of
and
that kind of stuff.
basketball
You
games.
know,
and-
in a case in point, I know that we talk about, you know, Saturday morning seems to be a good time to have workshops. Well, that's when kids are playing soccer,
Right.
playing basketball.
It's horrible
That's why
for
Skylar's
someone
on it.
who's- yeah.
Skylar's coaching basketball today. So we have other lives. And I know that Gary and Renee on the Learning and Development Committee are in the process of doing that survey. What is the best time? There's never a good time, but what is the best time
Yeah.
to
Or how do we do it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
How do we
or what are some creative ways to condense it? And,
That's a good point. Thanks, Sue.
And I want to include those prerequisite online courses through the Learning Center is about 7.5 to 8.5 hours, depending upon how fast people read and utilize and access their computers. So you're right,
Yeah.
it's a lot of time, but we've adapted and come some way. But I think this is part of the succession plan that we need to be encouraging so that when we have president-elect nominees, we are informing them about the Learning Center so that they can begin, because the more information they have under their belt as prerequisites, the less they're gonna look like deer in headlights at the enhancement plan.
that's a great point.
The Learning Center is a great tool, information. You know, as part of the governor-elect training, we were assigned many courses to go through, courses to talk about all aspects of being district governor. And fortunately, and that training normally starts in the second week of August, goes through the middle of October. Fortunately, because of my involvement in the Learning Center, I had done most of my assigned courses for the Learning Center last spring. And so when it came crunch time this fall, I had already done those. And so that's the same type of thing what Rob was saying, is if we can get the nominees, president's-elect nominees involved and get involved in the courses that are available in the Learning Center, they can accomplish that before it comes down to this last 6 months of preparation before the start of the Rotary year.
And all leaders need training, you know, they just need to set aside the time. If you wanna be a good leader, you need to put into it to get out.
Agreed, but as we've stated, it is a lot of time that we're asking them to take on, and frankly, we didn't have a president-elect nominee step up in our election this year in my club, so guess who's the president-elect nominee? So,
Busy if there's you.
yeah, so that'll be my third time as club president, and that's a problem for clubs, right?
Yeah.
We are a vibrant club, we are an active club, we just finished our celebrated our 5th year anniversary, we've completed 62 service projects.
That's awesome.
So, that's a problem in our club that we're alarmed about, and it's because there is a large time commitment that young people in our club, because our club is 60% under the age 50, and we don't have somebody that's gonna step up and add that and take on that time, so it's a big problem for Rotary.
In many clubs, Nelson, I've seen the secretary kind of promote up into that president's job.
Well, our secretary would be her 4th year as president, so.
I know, all the house. Okay, anything else? Any other questions? I know one of the things that we really want to get from you between now and the end of December is, there's other topics, you know, we talked about DACTV, we talked about RCC, the training. What do your presidents need us to provide, or would like to us to provide in our training coming up? So if we can get your feedback on that, that'd be very helpful to us as we're putting that curriculum together.
And frankly, Steve, I appreciate you sharing that invitation, because I've got a couple of club PEs who are deer in headlights and scared to death to become residents. So I hadn't thought of it in the perspective that you just asked, and so that encouragement inspires me to go back to my PEs and say, all right, especially those two who have expressed that fear, what is it that you're scared of, and what can we provide you in terms of assistance to get you ready and make you not scared anymore. Thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you all for taking time of your weekend to be here this morning and this afternoon. Thank you, Cindy, for putting everything together. And Brandon,
Thank you, Brandon.
we appreciate it.
He's taller than I.
You told me, you're taller, you look, you see on Zoom.
Good luck today.
Thanks a lot.
Nice meeting you.
I'm saying good luck today.
Oh,
Again,
thank you.
I mean, I hate soccer as a sport.
Really?
I'm a big Timbers fan.
Okay.
But good luck.
Yep, all right. I appreciate
I'm
it.
so frustrated that baseball has to leave downtown.
You know what? It might come back. MLB? Yeah.
But not in that stadium.
No, not there.
No. No, a stadium like that would have to be built, maybe Wilsonville or south of Wilsonville.
Oh, it
Space.
needs to be built, I think it needs to be built downtown or Memorial Coliseum site.
It does,
It's ridiculous
Memorial
that we have
Coliseum.
Memorial Coliseum still.
Well, that's an idea, Memorial Coliseum, so you can
Yeah, but they tried to have that conversation once before, and there was this outrage by the architect that, oh my God, you're getting rid of this beautiful, and then of course veterans got upset, but the Veterans Memorial is underneath, you can't even find it. It just drives me crazy. Anyway, I have been to a couple of Timbers games, so. Good luck. I'd like to see them make it.
It's on hold.
Visit with the grandkids.
I know. No, you did, I mean, you did. Yeah, that sounds like fun.
It is fun.
Yeah. Good, thanks. Sorry.
Have fun today.
Thank you. I will try my darndest.
Enjoy. There's something you having to really put out a lot of like hard effort on that one.
No, I won't.
No, that one seems like it's gonna come real nice. So I am that.
I'm a little nervous.
You're standing the whole time though, right?
Yeah, we stand the whole time.
So it's 2
You
hours.
don't sit.
No.
No, you stand here at the whole game.
Yeah, Timbers only stands.
I don't know.
Really get
I went to one game in college and left at midterm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a way of life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Take care. So you were in the Navy?
Yeah.
What was your MOS? Where were you based?
I was based at Moffett
Okay.
before they decommissioned it.
Yeah.
I was working in P3s, if you know what those are.
Yep.
Are you Navy?
No, my dad was, but no.
Okay. And I was an anti-submarine warfare technician.
So were you actually on the P3s out?
No, back in those days, when we had wooden ships, women were not aircrew.
Okay, understood.